Yeah,
You
but
were
all of those
raised, hang
things.
on. If you were raised in the wild and you were a feral child, you would have no moral code. There is no way for you to know that killing other humans is wrong.
I
How would
agree.
you know that? You see,
Well,
because
I
your
don't know.
morals
You might
are
have that
given.
moral, but I don't know. It's not necessary. I wouldn't know if you would have it actually, but I get your point. Yeah.
You wouldn't have it. Have you not seen documentaries of feral children? How they act when they're around people? They
But
get
I think they
scared
still
and
have
they attack
moral.
you.
They have their own morals still.
Oh yes, very personalized individual morals, which are totally different from ours. Because most likely those morals were given to
But they're
them
but they're
by
subjective,
nature.
just like for everybody else, right?
Yes. Everyone's morals are subjective because most of the time morals are created by man, right? Like when you live within society, you're going to abide by morals that other human beings have created, right?
Yeah.
And
The,
most of the time, those morals are going to come from a supposed godlike figure, right? Well, not even most of the time, all of the time. Like, I really don't know of a society that didn't have a religion or God figure attached to it. Like, you really need to point me in the direction of one.
well, I'm not aware of one right now, but there are I don't know. We know of some cultures like that are really off the grid, like on some lone islands that maybe they have some or not. I cannot verify that. But yeah, I'm not aware of one where that would be the case because in everywhere there were priests, high priests, there were always
Yeah,
people who were more clever than the others who made the rules up and said that's by a god.
yeah. There was always a shamanistic type figure, right? Even if you look at the Aboriginals,
There was
that
always a leader,
yeah,
basically.
always a leader, but this
But
leader would always be an intermediary between the people on the ground and some or other god or maybe ancestral spirit in the sky, right? Even if you look at shamans, they mainly worship their ancestors and totems. It's the same way the Native Americans did.
it's like
They,
spiritual something.
yeah, so it's spiritual, but it's still a belief in some higher power.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as organized as other religions, but there is a belief system in place. And this belief system would govern your morals and values.
Yeah, it would tell you what's right or wrong, and these are the rules within that society, and there's
Mhm.
consequences if you go against them.
Yeah, and
And
these
you
rules
don't do them because you don't like the consequences. Yeah.
exactly. And these rules are given to us by some or other God figure. God always plays a part in humans.
Yeah, but
It
like
doesn't.
obviously we know that it wasn't a god who gave it to them, right? People who knew better told people who didn't. That's how it is, We know that's how
I'm
God
not.
is.
Hang on, though. I'm not going to say we know it wasn't a God who gave it to them. That is too
But you
definitive
said
and
they're all
too
written by humans.
absolute. I'm saying we have no evidence that God wrote these things. All
Yeah,
we have
okay.
is the
That's
only
fair enough.
evidence we have is that these come from humans. There's no evidence that God put a single word in the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or the Talmud. But we
Hmm.
have evidence human beings wrote these things down.
Yes.
That is all we have evidence for. So if I don't have evidence that God wrote these things, how do I know this is what God wanted? But if I know this human beings wrote it, then I know this is how human beings expect us to interact with each other. So therefore, I can use this to guide my interactions with you. But I can never use these books to guide my interactions with this God figure that we created in our image to elevate ourselves above everything else. Because that is what causes conflict and makes us the cancer. Because we are now different from everyone. We don't want to work with nature. We want to harness nature and control it.
Hmm.
And that turns us into a cancer. That's how we end up destroying the earth, you know? But the moment we get off our fucking pedestal and say that there is no God that made humans first and put us above everyone else, and we are a part of nature and the universe the same way all other animals and all other existences, then we have a better bond with the world around us. We are on a equal um, playing level, and we show more respect to other forms of life and existence. Don't you think? And that brings us closer to nature or to God.
So basically, stop thinking or worshiping God and just be good to each other.
I didn't say.
But why would we want to worship? I mean, there's nothing to worship, right?
You don't have to worship. It's
But
your choice.
there's no point though in doing it.
For some people, there is. For me, there's still a point. Because as I told you, when I pray and I worship, I'm speaking to you and everything else in existence.
Okay,
I'm not
so
speaking to this imaginary God figure that man created. I'm speaking to actual real things that we can prove. I'm speaking to the plants, the birds, the bees, you, my mom, my dad, everyone.
that sounds really like psychic powers. I mean, you believe that that's actually a thing, right?
I believe,
There's something
or I
supernatural
hope,
there.
yeah, I hope that that by putting out these good prayers, that it might some good might come of it. When my friend tells me his dad is sick, I hope that my prayers will somehow supernaturally help his dad get better. I don't know for sure. It's belief, faith without evidence. I have no proof that my prayers are going to work. I just hope. I have faith that they will work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean. It's just like you have a belief that prayer actually does something, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have a very strong belief that prayer does something.
Okay. See,
Yeah.
I don't believe that claim. That's my position on that.
Which is fine. I have no problem with you holding
And
to
I
that
don't think
position.
it doesn't. I don't think that's something that would actually further us either. It might help you. Maybe it's something therapeutic to yourself, but there's no reason to believe that it actually affects other people or us.
And I'm fine with it. I'm not trying to push my beliefs on you.
I
You're
know.
asking me questions, and I'm answering them. I'm telling you what I believe
Okay.
and how I go about living my life. Obviously, I know my beliefs wouldn't agree with you. They wouldn't even work for you. I personally don't think you would function as well as you do right now if you were a Muslim, if you were religious. Because being atheistic, it seems your life is going well for you, right? You're happy, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And I want you to be happy. So I don't think religion would suit you. Religion isn't for everyone. It's a man-made tool. It's up to you whether or not you want to use this tool to benefit those around you or to empower yourself at the expense of others. It's your choice.
Do
You know,
you,
we all have that choice. But
but
this is what I choose to
but
believe.
if it would be up to you, we should get rid of all religions and just try to find a codex to work together.
Yes, if I was the president of planet motherfucking Earth, I would get rid of the divisive aspect of everything: religion, politics, culture, fashion, all of the things that divide people. I'll get rid of those things. Yes. Wouldn't you?
Sorry, I was just checking something here. Would I what?
Wouldn't you want to get rid of the divisive constructs that man has created?
I wish I could do things. See, I can only compare it with my life now, and see all the evil around me, right? But the evil around me is also that made me to the person that I am. So I don't know if I wanted to change something about that. Maybe it could be better, maybe it could be worse. I cannot tell. I understand that, of course, I would, if I could, I want to get rid of all the evil in the world. But all the evil in the world also created me. So
Okay, that's a fair and honest answer. So you're saying if you remove the evil, you might not be the person you are today, because
yes,
the good and bad, or a mix of it, is what shaped you, which
yes.
is totally fine. I don't
But
think
maybe it's better, maybe it's worse. I cannot tell. But
but you don't want to change it because then you wouldn't be who you are today, which is fine.
maybe I would. Maybe see, my problem would be even if I want to change things, because we have a certain lifestyle nowadays, so we have a measure of what is a good life. Because maybe people thought what is a good life something different in the Bronze Age. So we have a certain measure of what is a good life, and we want it to be better without all the pain and everything. So of course, if I could, I would, but I don't know if I could create a system that would actually work better or not, because it's not that people haven't tried in the past, but we are talking about something world altering.
Yeah, but
But
that's also not what I'm not trying to make the world a better place. I'm just trying to get rid of the divisive aspects that turn us into a cancer. I hope that makes sense. I'm not trying to save the world, and
Do you think though, some of that decisive stuff also brought some of that technology about? That maybe that it also had somewhat of a benefit in some situations?
I don't know how slavery brought about technological advancement.
Well, to be fair, it goes both ways with slavery. With slavery, actually, because sometimes with slavery, you might think, look, why would you even try to invent something if you have a slave? He'll do it. So that will stop stuff. But it also means you can put a lot more resources and power into actually inventing stuff, because you have somebody who does all the hard labor and you can concentrate on knowledge.
That's a very big hypothetical. So you need to now give me a specific example where we have a technological advancement that came out of slavery and slavery only. If there wasn't slavery, we would have never had this. There's no way we could have created this.
I'm not saying that slavery specific comes, but think of this, okay?
No, yeah, I know you're not saying that. But
what I'm saying is let me just give you that example. The Roman Empire had slaves, right? And they basically built all of Rome. They were the people who did all the hard work. And through that, over time, that's why Rome was such a big empire and were so advanced. They went around, took the technology from all the different tribes and put everything together and figured out and created their own. So they just having the slaves helped a lot to build everything around them, to focus on having, roads, for example, were an invention where they had slaves laying the things. So there are, well, not an invention, but they basically mastered it at the time. So there are advantages in that.
So but that wasn't the question I asked you, though.
Sorry, okay.
The question I asked you was, do we have inventions that came about from slavery and slavery only? If slavery wasn't around, could we have still invented these things? Could we have still made roads if there were no slaves? We could, right?
Of course you can. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. We don't need these divisive aspects to, carry on living life.
Okay, my
life
point
doesn't.
If you get to a certain point where you can put a lot of people just on education, like if everybody be treated, I'm not saying that it's not possible that you can get to that, but the Roman Empire grew very fast because of that. So what I mean is, it was beneficial to them.
Yeah, it was cool. It was beneficial and it grew fast. Well, it was beneficial for a certain group of people, but yes, the empire as a whole grew, which is fine. That's what happened. That's history. But it's not to say that if there wasn't slavery, the same wouldn't have happened. Who knows? Maybe we could have got rid of slaves and Rome still would have been built the same way it was. Rome being what it wasn't dependent entirely on slavery. Rome could have been what it was without slavery, don't you think? Or do you think without slavery? So without slavery, America couldn't have been built as a nation.
Well, you were talking about the Roman Empire, right? Why do you go to America?
Because it's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
I
guarantee you, slavery helped to build the Roman Empire, and they would have never grown as. Why do you think they grew so fast? They were conquering people around them, taking all their shit, taking all their people, and putting them down to work there. Of course, that's why they grew so fast. That's why they took over Carthage and had that military, because the Romans themselves had so many slaves who did all the work that they were all military. That's what they focus on.
Okay, so Rome became what it was because of slavery. I give you that. I'm not arguing that.
And America, we can go out to America as well.
Hang on though. So Rome became what it was because of slavery. I give you that. But Rome didn't conquer the entire world. Rome is not the biggest empire the world has known. Rome had limitations because of the fact it had a conquestial mindset. It tried to conquer and enslave people. This is what created enemies, and this is what, aside from internal conflict within Rome, this is what brought the external aggressors that took over Rome, because they were enslaving other people. These people are not going to fight you. This is what causes division. No, okay. How did Rome fall? Why did Rome fall?
Rome got bigger and bigger, right? And then they, of course, they had forces from. That was very at the end when the Huns came in and the Western Empire was
external
demolished.
forces. Yeah, but the
yes,
reason the
because the
Huns were
supply
able
lines,
to.
like yeah, but look, let me answer the question. You asked me that, right?
Okay,
I can,
go
if
ahead,
you want,
go
I can
ahead.
tell you how it collapsed.
Go ahead.
Because it's not only that, like all the supply lines, like Rome was very dependent on all the provinces, and that's why everything from the provinces was tunneled to Rome, and they were reliant on that. And once it was crumbling from all the sides, especially back from in Egypt, and where all the food came from, basically like all the corn that fed all the poor people in Rome. That's when things went to shit. So there was a reason, but wasn't necessarily related to the slaves in there. So the slaves didn't necessarily bring them down. So they didn't go down because of the slaves. Now,
No, but what
the slaves,
was the fundamental reason Rome fell? Because they were conquered from the outside, right?
they were conquered from the outside after they got weak. Because they got weak
Yes.
because their supply lines broke off.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So they became weak because of poor internal management. All right, what caused the supply lines to break off though?
Well, war.
Exactly, war and external
but you know
conquest.
that
Because Rome. Okay, yeah. So
the Roman
you answered.
Empire went on like 1,000 years.
Hang on. Okay, yeah, but you've answered the question now. What caused Rome to fall was external conquest, wars affecting their supply line, which made them weak to the point where the Huns could eventually come over and take them over.
Yeah.
Why? Because Rome was at constant war with other people, trying to increase their territory and conquer other people and enslave them. So through slavery, war, these divisive aspects, Rome, I feel, did not reach its full potential. It did not become what it could have been, what it really could have been, because Rome is not the biggest empire the world has ever known. You know, it might be the most influential within the Western world, but it's not the biggest. Their empire's, way bigger than Rome.
Yeah, like what?
Way bigger.
Like what? You mean maybe
the Ottoman Empire,
Yeah,
the
and did the
Persian
Ottoman-
Empire, Attila the Hun's empire. You know,
Well,
I think
did
Attila the Hun was the
did
biggest conqueror
did
ever.
Attila have slaves?
He had a lot of slaves. That's why he didn't conquer the whole world.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
everybody who had
What I'm
slaves
saying is,
conquered the world.
yeah, exactly.
That's also the claim you make here, but I won't hold you for it.
That
you know,
is
because
a strong claim I'm going to make right now. If you are at war and you're enslaving people, there is no way you'll ever conquer the whole world, because you are creating division and people will be against you.
You know what you were saying earlier, the way you see the world, right? With maybe everything and all of that. But the Roman Empire went on for like 1,000 years, and plus, the Holy Roman Empire later on. But like for somebody in Rome, seeing like generations for hundreds of years like flourishing with punishing people around them, what reasons should they have to change it? Why should they think differently? Like,
no, they have
the only reason I claim the only reason why people believe in religions is because of the afterlife. Now you're taking all of that completely out and just say we should be good to each other, but that doesn't change the world at all. Like, there's no reason why somebody like a Roman emperor would have a reason to change anything, even if he would believe it, because he's already profiting from it. His generations and generations after him are profiting from it. So it's not really anything that could really change the world anyway.
No, okay, you're conflicting two things here now. You're conflicting changing the world with changing one individual's opinion. As I told you earlier, I'm not trying to change the world. I'm not trying to make the world a better place.
I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, I just want to get rid of these divisive aspects, though. So
what I'm saying is, what that thinking, why, even if somebody would believe what you believe, right? Because you think if everybody would believe what you believe, the world would be a better place.
No, I don't believe that. I never said that. Those words have not left my mouth.
I haven't said
That's
that.
what
I'm asking you.
Okay, then no, I don't believe that. I don't believe if everyone believed what I believe, the world would be a better place. I don't think everyone should believe what I believe. As I told you earlier,
I think we're getting lost in a lot of this.
No, we're not getting lost. I fully understand what you're saying. As I told you earlier, I don't think it would be beneficial for you to become a Muslim, because you are happy with your life and your beliefs right now. So I don't think everyone needs to believe what I believe. It's my belief. I believe that if we didn't have these divisive aspects, we would understand nature and the world around us better. I don't know if that would make the world a better place, but we would have a better understanding, especially people trying to understand God or nature better. If you don't care to understand God or nature, that's fine. It's okay. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't mean the world's going to be a worse place. It's your decision. It's your choice.
Yeah.
Now, with regards to my beliefs, being and a Roman emperor, obviously a Roman emperor is going to think what I believe is stupid because he doesn't want to give up his power and get rid of these divisive aspects that empower him, which is fine. You know, it's his choice. That's what the Roman emperor wants to believe. But because of these divisive aspects, because there are people he's enslaved and conquered, and these people are going to get revenge on him and eventually kill him and take over. You know, that's what's always just going to happen.
Well, maybe some generations later.
Yeah, maybe it won't happen during his time, but eventually, you know, his empire is going to fall because of the divisive conditions in nature and atmosphere that he has created.
Or he gets killed by somebody who's even more divisive.
Exactly. You know, so then it's just a cycle that continues. I'm not saying this is going to make the world a worse off place, but it's just going to continue, and I don't like it. You know, yeah. But that's my personal opinion on the matter. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying you got to believe it, but that's just what I feel.
Yeah, we generally actually think the same way. We just want the same things, just think about it differently.
Yeah, which is fine. That's why we should then focus on our similarities now.
How do you think we could reunite people like that?
Let's talk about it, you know? So generally you and I both seem to have, you know, a few of the same morals. We both believe killing is wrong. I would assume we both believe slavery is wrong.
Yeah.
We both believe lying, cheating, and stealing is wrong. So we would want to ensure that we preach, well, not preach that message, but display those values within our community. So it's not you and I going around and evangelizing, telling everyone stop sinning and stop lying, but we want to show through our actions that is what we believe. So we want to be the ones that don't tell lies, that don't sin and don't steal. And then we want to hope that by doing that, people will look at us and say, yo, listen, man, I like the way Parson lives his life. He's a stand-up guy. He's honest. He doesn't steal. I can trust him, you know, because you're going to steal. Yeah, I want to be more like Parson. You know, Parson's living a good life. He works together with his community. He doesn't cheat. He doesn't steal. He's a fair person. I'm going to trust him. I'm going to work with him more. And when everybody starts having that mindset and we start working together, we function better as a unit, you know, because there are less cancerous aspects now. So if we were an organ, this organ would function better. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that if we become divisive, we wouldn't function as well. But you do tend to see what happens when people become divisive. You know, shit becomes a bit... Yeah, maybe you still have your roads being built and your advances in technology, but it's a very toxic, cancerous situation.
Let me ask you this, because it seems to me you would you agree with saying that religion is actually a bad thing, and the less religion we have, or like at least, you know, get rid of all the bad things that, you know, fuel the world and create wars that come from religion, if we take that away?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say religion is a bad thing. I would say it's dependent on how you use religion. You can use it for good or for bad.
And you want to get rid of the bad things?
I want to get rid of the divisive aspects.
Yeah, but they are some of them are part of that, right? So how do you get rid of them? Because
yeah, but
would you, I mean, would you be, let me put it like, would you be against Islam spreading more in the world?
No, why? I wouldn't be. I mean,
Because,
I would be indifferent towards it as long as the divisive aspects aren't spread. Now listen,
So
divisive doesn't necessarily mean bad. It just means it creates divisions, right? Having more than one wife is not necessarily a bad thing, but it will create a division between you and someone that feels you should only have one wife, right?
yeah,
Exactly. So that
who
causes
says to have
division.
one? Yeah, but some say you can have more than one.
Yeah, some say you can, some say you can't. It doesn't mean having more than one wife makes you a bad person. It
So
just
what is
means
what?
there's going to
How
be
do we know what's
differences
right or?
between you. Okay, but let me just finish though. So having more than one wife doesn't make you a bad person. It's not a bad thing. It just means you're going to have differences with the person that only has one wife. What was your question now?
Sorry, I'm playing a video game here at the same time. I kind of got lost there. Oh yeah, yeah, there are those divisions there, but how do we know what is the right?
Which is the right one, to have more than one wife or one wife?
I mean, if we decide what is the right, yeah, how do we know if it's right to have 1 or 10 wives?
As I said, that shouldn't matter because those are one of the divisive aspects I would want to get rid of.
But how do we know it's divisive? Maybe it's a good
Because it
thing. Maybe that's what
causes
helps us all.
because it causes division. You see it.
But what's the division?
The division is that one person believes I should only have one wife, one person believes I should only have 4 wives. I'm
So it
not
shouldn't
saying
matter.
either one. Hang
Anybody
on,
should
hang
have
on,
as
hang
many.
on. Yeah, but no, but you gotta let me get the whole point out now. So
Okay, yeah.
okay, but exactly as you said, it shouldn't matter. You should have as many wives as you want to have, as long as the women are fine with it. Don't force anyone into polygamy, but if they're fine with it, no one should say you're a bad person for doing it. It shouldn't matter how many wives you have. You shouldn't be judged on that. It's not something we should focus on because it's divisive. It causes division. What we should focus on is the aspects within the different religions that have similarities and commonalities.
So you say we shouldn't focus on something, but that something still exists and still causes the division. So even if you don't focus on it, it still exists.
Yes, I'm not saying I don't want it to exist.
So we still have to decide on what is right or wrong and how we should do things. Because if that's something that's decisive, which that's something that comes from humans, because that's not necessarily from God, because just like animals, they have their harem, and it's still something that can cause division, but it's something that we just do and don't know if it's right or wrong.
And it's something we'll never know. We'll never know if having one wife or 4 wives is right or wrong. It'll always be a subjective human decision. It's a human thing, Yeah. So why focus on that if we'll never know? If it's not important.
Well, you say because it still causes the division. That's why. You say basically just close your eyes and just think it doesn't exist. It still exists, even if you say that, it still exists, and it's still causing the division.
But I'm not saying that though.
So that's why we kind of should maybe focus on it.
All right, focus on it, and then what?
And then make a decision. I mean, we kind of have to decide on what's right or what's wrong, what would benefit us.
But
because
okay.
you could argue it's been more beneficial to have one wife or like 10 of them. Both sides have pros and contras,
Yeah, but that is a problem now. Let's say we focus on what is the right number of wives to have. Nobody will ever come to an agreement, ever. Some people will say 4, some will say 1. They will never agree that 2 is the right number. You see what I'm saying?
But you said,
so why focus on it? It is divisive. Why focus on it? Why not let anyone have as many wives as they want, as long as they're not harming anyone?
Because you said we should get rid of stuff that's divisive, and that is something, because people are doing it, might create that problem.
Yes, we should get rid of the scripture, the text that says it is mandatory for you to have 4 wives. We should get rid of that because that is divisive, and we should let people have as many wives as they want.
And do you think that? Yeah, but do you think that if we say everybody can has as many wives as they want, do you think that can create problems as well?
No, why? As long as you're not forcing someone into the marriage. You can have as many wives as you want as long as the other person agrees to marry you. How is that causing problems?
Well,
If I want to,
because
if I am a woman and I want to share my husband with 3 other women, and we're all fine with that, how is that causing a problem?
no, I'm okay if you do that, but like if let's say you have a group of like alpha jacks who grab all the women around him, and then you have an army of incels.
Then what they're doing is wrong because they're forcing the women into a situation they don't want to be in.
Well,
Unless
the women are
fine
okay with it. The women are okay
Oh,
with
if
it.
they're fine with it, then they're fine with it. It's the woman's
Yeah,
choice.
the women are
if
fine
I'm an
with it.
incel,
Okay, look, like, can I finish for a change? Like you say,
okay,
you
go
know,
ahead,
you were
go
talking
ahead.
a lot.
I'm
so let me
sorry.
just-
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, there are some chats, you know, they're grabbing all the women. The women are okay with it, you know, because they're getting the chats, they have the good genes. And then you're creating a bigger incel army who it's, you know, you create more pain for people because it can get any wife. So I'm not saying that is a possible scenario, but you know, we have to think a lot more about the consequences than just to say it's good, it's right. You know, there's a lot more detail in there than just to say we should ignore it. That it doesn't impact anybody, because it does impact some people.
Okay, yeah, everything impacts everybody, but that is that's a silly example because if the Chads can get women, that is the Chads' problem. You know, the Chads need to do something about
The chats are getting them. I'm just.
I mean, sorry, not the Chads, the incels.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So if there's a woman and she chooses to be with you instead of me, you know, how is that unfair?
I'm not saying it's necessarily unfair if that's what we agree on.
How is that a problem?
Okay, I just explained that what the problem is, and you just ask again what's the problem. Didn't I just explain what the problem is?
No, you explained.
Okay, let me explain it again. Let me explain it again so that we're clear. Okay, I just told you that you said it shouldn't matter because it doesn't impact anybody. I just explained to you how it impacts those people, and you just said, well, that's their problem, basically, right? That sounds very decisive.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
you need to.
I thought we wanted a world for everybody, right? That everybody can feel good.
Hang on to it now.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I want. As I've been saying from the beginning, I'm not trying to make the world a better place. I'm trying to get rid of the divisive aspects. Okay?
Yeah, okay, sorry, before you continue.
Because I personally do not like those aspects.
Yeah, you're starting from the beginning again. I just explained to you why that makes no sense. And you're starting from the beginning again. You said you want to get rid of the decisive things, and that we had that example. We went through everything, and you're starting from the beginning.
Yeah, because I'm scared you might not, you know.
I get it. You said you want to get rid of those.
Okay.
So you say
yeah.
Okay, you know, the problem I think here is also that's a very specific example, but in which you said, you know, doesn't really matter. We just say everybody can have many wives than they want, because if we tell them, for example, they could have only 1 or 4 or how many, that's decisive. And I just explained to you how it can be decisive if you actually don't regulate it. Either way, you're fucked. You know, you cannot maybe there is no good way to do it. But
yeah, I totally agree. There is no good way. There is no way to make the world a better place. But that's not what I'm trying to do.
If we say that, you know, there's a chat who can have 10 wives, and there's all the chats take all the girls, and then all the incels get absolutely nothing. And you know, I'm not saying that that's how it has to be, or you know, obviously there might be a lot of them who would say that's all bullshit, or men do the same. But you still open that possibility to it.
Yeah, but that is such a crazy hypothetical, because
I know, but
trying to say
the whole situation is a crazy hypothetical.
Hang on. Yes, it's very hypothetical. But in that specific hypothetical, you're trying to say all women only want Chads. There are women
no, I
that
didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You're not saying that.
No,
You're not saying that.
Stop.
I know,
did not say that. So why do you say that then? Why do you say that?
Okay,
you said, I said.
Okay, I apologize for saying that. But what I meant to say is that is your hypothetical is implying that the women would only go to the Chads. They wouldn't go to the incels.
I'm not saying that.
You're not saying that.
I'm saying
yes, I agree. You're not saying that, but that is what your hypothetical implies.
why do you just answer my hypothetical instead of, going on other courses, on other ways?
I'm not going on other courses. This is your hypothetical situation.
Okay.
If people can marry as many people as they want, hypothetically, all the women would go to the chads and none of them would go to the incels. That's your that's the situation you've presented, right? Am I wrong?
I said we put in that situation that there's a chad who happens to get a lot more women than the other guys, so there will be a lot more available. Yeah.
What?
Okay, let me put it like this. We just said like you can marry as many as you want, and there might be like all the chats, and all the women maybe like them, and they go to them and want to marry them because of maybe they have better genes and they get better offspring. Actually, that's another aspect we can talk about, if it's actually a better thing to do it because it's better for evolution or for the human gene, or could we say that because you create then the problem.
Are you changing the hypothetical now?
No, I'm not changing it. I was just going off of something else. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Could you repeat the hypothetical to me?
Getting so lost in this. So where were we? So you can marry as many as you want. That might create a scenario where there will be a lot of people missing out because the chats with the better genes, the women might select them over the other guys, and that creates maybe a scenario where there might be less women around for a certain group of incels or whatever.
Okay. So let's just say I go along with that. Yeah, fine. It could create a situation where some people have more women than other people, But I think that's the situation we see happening right now. There are certain type of men that attract women and certain type of men that don't attract women. It doesn't matter if it's a society that believes in monogamy, a one-to-one relationship type thing. You still find men that end up alone. You still find women that end up alone. But there are still people that want to have more than one woman. I believe whether you have one woman or four women, it wouldn't change the fact that there would still be people who end up alone, right? Would it?
So no, because do you know where I wanted to start originally, actually? Because I think we're already making it very decisive just by the fact that we're talking about, and that's actually changed. That's what we change. I get to that later. So sure, go ahead.
Okay. So what makes it decisive is when you tell people what they can and cannot do. That is what causes the division. When you have a scripture or a law or something in your religious book that is different from what's in my religious book, that causes the
and what I'm
division.
saying is my point basically is we cannot say that would be actually the case if in that specific scenario, because we don't know what the outcome of that would be. It might create a even more decisive environment. But that's a hypothetical, so it may not. But do you know what's actually, we shouldn't actually even talk about how many women a man can marry, because it could also be that a woman can marry 5 men.
Yes,
We probably should get rid of marriage.
It goes both ways. You shouldn't tell people how they should do things. A woman should be free to have 5 husbands if she wants to. But what I'm trying to say is, with respect to your hypothetical, it doesn't matter whether you have polygamy or you have monogamy. You're still going to have people that end up alone. Your hypothetical could exist in today's world, where a Chad has 6 girlfriends and an incel has none. Even though polygamy isn't accepted. That is the case. That is what happens. That's why we have incels today.
So you say that's a problem that exists anyway.
That's a problem that exists anyway. But that is not what I'm trying to get rid of, because I'm not trying to make the world a better place. What I'm trying to do is get rid of the divisive aspects. I don't want to have a rule that tells me what I should and should not do, because that is what's going to create division if my rule is different from yours. Because then I'm going to want to impose my rule and my way of life upon you, isn't it? Isn't that what happens? Isn't that what causes wars and conquests? Isn't that
Yeah.
why people fight? Because we have rules that we just don't agree on.
No, normally they fight because they have something they want.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, maybe I might fight you because you have land that I need and water that I need. You know, I mean, that's something else. That is,
But people don't go to war for the
that's
sake of war. There's always a
yeah,
reason.
yeah, definitely. But that is a totally different argument now. That has nothing to do with religion or spirituality. That
Yeah,
is
you know,
more geographical and political. That's politics, you know, fighting over land and geography and
yeah, but that's
strategic positions. That's politics. That has nothing to do with our discussion right now.
well, you
Go ahead.
I thought you were talking about wars and stuff like that. That's why I just said
We are
that.
talking about wars, but not wars that emanate from a position of politics, from a place of politics.
But war is politics.
No, there are religious wars. Wars fought over religion.
Oh, but
Wars
not on
that have nothing to
political
do with
grounds.
politics. Not every single war
But that's the same
is fought
thing,
over
though.
politics.
It's the same thing. So what reason does somebody have to attack somebody else on the religious reasons?
Because I believe your God is a false God, and I believe your God is evil, your God is Satan, and I need to rid you and your God from this world.
So you think that
That is, a lot of people fight over religion reasons like that.
okay?
You
Yeah,
think
I think they use it as a reason and maybe manipulate people to actually do it. But those people who actually start wars, they only use it. It's the wars themselves are because of they want something from the other side. I mean, nobody starts like a fallout war because or they believe something else. Like there must be a more reason than only that.
Dude, there are plenty of wars that have been fought over differences in beliefs, you know?
Okay, which one?
Within Islam, there were plenty of wars or jihads Muhammad waged against other people because of their differences in beliefs.
Yeah, because they split.
You know, we
Yeah, I know.
see
When
those same wars
Muhammad died, and they
in
split
the Bible and things.
because the reason why they split though is because they were following different people within Islam, right? After Muhammad died, it basically split between what was it, his brother or something?
No, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about while Muhammad was alive, he's fighting someone else because that person doesn't believe in Islam. He's fighting to convert them into Islam.
Okay, sorry, but
yeah,
where did you get that from?
From the Quran, from the
Yeah,
Hadith.
but
These things are documented. Muhammad is
yeah,
waged. Do you know what a jihad is?
I know what a jihad is. Muhammad said, "Go over and kill those people," and he said that in the Quran. Fine, but it tell you probably for the glory of God? But do you think that was the reason? I mean,
That's what it
this was written
says.
down by man in their propaganda Quran, right? Because we believe it's just written by man, it's not God. They wrote it down to make them look self-good. I mean, I cannot take that as a reliable source. That they made themselves good because they attacked the bad guys, right? But maybe they weren't the bad guys. They just made it look like that. I cannot take that as a source.
Listen,
But let's take it as for now.
I understand what you're saying, but this is the reality of the situation. Obviously, you don't have to trust what the Quran says. You're not a believer.
Let's stay in the real world. Let's say stuff that we can verify.
Well, we can verify that the Quran says, I'm going to wage war over this person.
We can verify that.
Hang on. Let me finish. I can verify that the Quran says Muhammad is going to wage a jihad against these people that don't share his beliefs. And then we have evidence that this jihad happened, that Muhammad conquered these
What's the
people
evidence?
and converted them to Islam.
The evidence that he wrote down that's what he did.
That's what he did. And then we have evidence that this is what happened.
Okay, because he wrote it down.
Not because he wrote it down, because
Because? Hello? I think we lost Nate. Too bad. I enjoyed that. Even though I feel really stupid navigating through those weird hypotheticals. Oh, Natus, let's see what's going on in the chat. You like my accent? I think I sound really stupid, and I think a lot of people probably have a really hard time understanding me. I think I talk. Oh, Nate is gone now. I'm not Polish, I'm Irish. I know I actually don't sound Irish, so that's not fully fair. But I lived in Germany for a long time, so I have a bit of a German accent, and I'm half Irish and half Turkish. And I live in Ireland, so yeah, it's a mess.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what happened?
Oh,
I told.
Yeah, I had a phone call. I'm so sorry, man.
No problem.
All right. What was the last thing I said?
I can't even remember, man. I'm so burned out on this right now. I enjoyed it, but I'm so like we were wandering in really weird territory there.
Yeah. I think it was about the jihads, right? So when you go to the Middle East, you can see relics of that world before Islam was there. And then you see relics of the world after Islam. You know, there are places you can go into the Middle East and you can find, you know, architecture, texts, things that were around before Islam. And this verifies the fact that this place was non-Islamic at a certain point, and then eventually the people were conquered and they became Islamic.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm not saying that's might be for. What I'm saying is I don't think that they did it because of the religion. They did it to take them over and take their shit. Because let me put it like this: do you think you told me that you believe? You told me that you believe that Muhammad actually wasn't inspired by God. He just made it up.
He didn't make it up.
He didn't make it up.
No.
So where did he? So who told him to write that?
He got whatever he put in the Quran. He got from what was around. You know, a lot of what's in the Quran has been taken from other religions, other societies. There's nothing in the Quran that is originally. No, but hang on. There's nothing in the Quran that is originally Islamic. Muhammad is borrowed from a lot of other cultures.
God has nothing to do with it.
Oh, yes, God has nothing to do with it.
So what I'm saying is that when Muhammad wrote it down, he wasn't inspired by God. He just wrote as he went. He included stuff from all around, put it together, and make it look like a religion.
Yes.
No, and when he goes over to attack people or to grow his religion, because do you think he's doing that to his benefit?
Yeah, to his and his people's benefit, because he feels he's doing this in the name of God.
No, but no. He doesn't think that because he made it up. He knows that it's not real.
He didn't make it up, and he doesn't think it's not real.
Oh, come on.
No, listen. Let me just say that. There are two separate things going on here now. Number one was he inspired by God? Number two, did he make it up? Number one, I agree with you. He wasn't inspired by God. Muhammad never spoke to God or the angel Gabriel. But he did not make up the things he wrote down. Those were not his creations, not his inventions. They didn't come originally from his mind. He wrote down what he believed was real. That, you know, this.
So he thinks it was God. He believed in God, and that he was inspired by God. Do you think what he wrote was by God, or he even do you think he thought it was by God?
I think he thought it was from God. Yes, because listen now. Muhammad wrote stories about people that existed long before him. Muhammad, when he was alive, would have thought that Moses and Abraham and Isaac and Adam were real people that really spoke to God. So he would take those stories that he believes in and assimilate them into this religion because he
Okay,
believes them to be true.
and all the stuff that follows, everything that's in the Quran, because I understand the Abrahamic part, I understand Moses, I like you, even Jesus and everything. Up to that point, we agree that that's already existed. So he could have
Mhm,
read it, and maybe even he believed it. But
mhm.
if he believed, why would he make up like another testament? Like, why would he write the Quran with all the instructions how they live their life? And do you think those instructions he believes came from God?
Yes, because he's borrowed those instructions from other religions, which
Okay, he
also believe
borrowed
in
those,
God.
but like he's putting stuff together though. I mean, come on, that doesn't make sense at all. Like either it is unique that came from God, or he believes he's delusional thinking it, like whatever it may be. But you're basically saying he saw that stuff and he put everything together. So how if he puts everything together from all over the place, how does he believe he's inspired by God? Or because he's just putting stuff
Because it
together.
because it's what he believes, dude. Belief is, faith. He has faith that this is what God wants, which is something I'm not willing to do. That's why me and Muhammad have certain differences, because I don't believe I can ever know what God really wants. Muhammad believed he knew which words were really God's and which words weren't. He knew,
Okay,
he
no,
felt he knew what should go in the Quran and what shouldn't, because this is the real word of God. That is not. When
how would
Muhammad
you know
created the Quran, hang on now. Like, I need to give you a little bit of a
that?
history
Okay,
lesson.
give
When
me the
Muhammad
lesson.
created the Quran, his intention was to clean the word of God, because he felt these books going around have been changed too much, muddled too much, played around too much, messed with too much by man. So he needs to get the real word of God back to man again.
How does he know what is the real word of God though?
He used discernment and faith and belief, what he believed was right.
Or he
I
just
don't
picked
know.
stuff that he thinks is correct?
Yeah, I
Because we're
don't know what
saying like
proof or what evidence he used to determine what is correct and what is not. I don't know. But that is what he believed to be right.
and it's okay.
You see, he did
You believe
something that,
you believe that he, even though he wrote it down, and you don't believe God inspired him to write it down. You
Mhm.
believe that he believed it, and he also believed that he had the power to look around the entire world and pick all the things that he thinks God wants us to know,
Yes,
or
that's
how we
what he
should live our life.
believed. That
That's
is what
an
Muhammad believed.
absolutely ridiculous claim. You cannot like
How is it ridiculous if that's what's written in the books and the
because we
hadiths in the Quran?
be-
Listen, if you write
well,
down
I can
your
tell you why if you want.
hang on, Parson, if you write on a piece of paper, my name is Parson, and then 100 years later, I pick up this piece of paper and I say, yo, Parson never meant to write down his name is Parson. That's not what he wanted. That's not what he believed.
Do you believe he split the moon?
Huh?
Do you believe he split the moon? Did Muhammad split the
Muhammad?
moon?
No, I don't believe he split the moon. I don't think
So
he
why would
says
you
he
write
split.
that in there?
Have you read the story? Do you understand the context behind
Explain
that
it to
story?
me. Is it in there or is it not in there? Does it not say he splits the moon?
All right, hang on. I want to find the verse and read it to you so that I
Sure.
give you proper context.
Like
Okay.
you're gonna give me context what he really means as like love each other or something. Why would he write
No,
something ridiculous
I'm
like?
gonna let
Okay.
me
By the
find
way,
the verse so
you
I
do
can give
that.
you context to it. Yeah,
I'm gonna go for 2 minutes. I'll be right
take your time, man.
Sorry, I'm back.
What does that mean?
Okay. So, yeah, the splitting of the moon.
Okay. Hang on. I just want to take myself off push to talk so I can read the verse to you while not being on Discord.
Okay. Because I have a list here of miracles. But okay, go ahead.
I have the verse here in front of me. So the verse is Surah 54, verse 1 to 2. The hour is nigh, and the moon is. Sorry, so I'm giving you the English translation. Right? I'm not going to read it to you in Arabic. The hour is nigh, and the moon is, and the moon is cleft asunder. But if they see a sign, they turn away and say, "This is but transient magic." So nowhere in that verse is Muhammad claiming.
It goes on though, right? Because then he actually.
It goes on though.
Yeah.
Yes, it does go on. All right, if you want me to, I can read the rest of it for you.
Yeah, because the claim he's still gonna do it, like, you know, because he actually does it to prove it, right? That it is something. Because there's a group of people who don't believe, and he does it to show them that he has the power back from God, something like that. Now, I might get it completely wrong because I'm not. I read the Quran not fully. I just know like some stories in it.
Yeah, but nowhere in the rest of that surah does Muhammad claim to split the moon.
Okay,
he doesn't say he's going to do it.
Okay.
Okay, so that is the verse I just gave you, where it is being said that the moon will be split in half. It's not claimed who will split it in half, but it's being said that non-believers will just say that it is magic. They don't believe, most likely, God is able to split the moon. And then the verse goes on to say that, you know, there are all these things that would happen, and Muhammad, you shouldn't focus on the non-believers, you know, you should carry on doing what you got to do. And then it starts talking about Moses and Noah and whatnot, you know, how even Noah before the flood started, Noah tried to warn people that, you know, turn to God, the flood is coming, and no one listened to Noah, right? So, the purpose of the verse is just to say there will be these miracles from God, and people will still say it's not God that did it, it's just man. It's, you know.
Also,
that's the point of the verse. Muhammad Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know if maybe I was lagging or you. Yeah, of course, you know, I have a list here of a lot of claims that he did. Now, is that true or not? On several occasions, he provided food out of nowhere.
We need to look at the context of the things, because it's just as how we look at the context of this verse.
On several occasions, he provided.
Yes, but let's look at the context of the verses. I'm not just going to give you an answer. I need to see the context within the verse, because without context, you know, it's how can you be sure that your question is even valid when you ask me?
Let me put it like this.
No. But you got to let me finish.
Do Muslims don't believe that Muhammad did miracles?
I never said that. Yeah, we believe he.
But you believe that you believe he did miracles?
I believe he did. He performed great feats. I wouldn't call them miracles. I would just say I don't understand how he did these things.
But do you think he claims that he did miracles?
No, Muhammad doesn't claim he did miracles.
So do Muslims generally believe that he did miracles?
Yes, Muslims generally believe he did.
And you think
that is not a claim made by Muhammad, though?
Okay, so you think they're getting that out of context?
They might be. The same way you are getting the Muhammad splitting the moon thing out of context, because you haven't read the verse. You decided, or you asked me, did Muhammad split the moon? Which infers...
Read the whole verse.
I read the whole verse to you.
No, there's more, because like he actually.
All right, let me read more. Actually, I'm going to read the whole thing.
I have it here.
Okay, read it.
1 second.
But read the specific verse where Muhammad claims to have split the moon. Go to that. It's Surah 54.
Is that a long one?
Find me. It's Surah 54. So the Surah is long.
Yeah, probably. If you have it there, if you want, you can go ahead.
Should I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I have Surah 54 open in front of me. In the first verse is when they talk about the moon being split. The hour has come near and the moon has split in two. And if they see a miracle, they turn away and say, passing magic. That's the
So
verse.
what does that mean? What's the context
Hang
there?
on. So the context there is that God could do a great feat. He could perform a miracle for you, and you, being a non-believer, would scoff and say, it's not God that split the moon. It's just magic.
And
I don't know if the moon was split or not. Maybe it was an optical illusion that it looked like it was split. Because I've read reports where it said that, there's other folklores and legends of a moon being split. So Muslims aren't the only people that have it in their book that the moon at one point in time was split in two. A lot of other religions and, old cultures believe that happened at a point in time. But that is the first verse. Now, you still hold the claim that somewhere in this surah, Muhammad has claimed he's the one that did it.
No, I think there must be another one, but go ahead, let me know, because I'm not too sure.
And I'm telling you, there isn't. There is nowhere in the Quran where Muhammad claimed to split the moon. That's what I'm saying. Your question holds no... Okay, should I read the rest of it? Because I'm going to bore you now, trust me. But let me read the rest of it.
Just read the next one.
I'm so sorry, my phone froze.
That's okay.
Okay.
But yeah, then we can maybe move on because that gets boring else.
No, hang on. Let me read the rest of it.
Okay.
After they see a miracle, they turn away and say passing magic, and they denied and followed their inclinations. But for every matter is a settlement. And there has already come to them information that in which there is deterrence, extensive wisdom, but warning does not avail toward. So leave them, O Muhammad. The day of caller calls to something for biting. Their eyes humbled, they will emerge from the graves as if they were locusts spreading. And I can go on, and nowhere will we see Muhammad saying, I split the moon. He never claimed that. Yeah, he never claimed that. He never said that. That's why your question holds no validity. That's why I'm saying you need to gain context before you ask these questions. Now your next question was, did Muhammad perform miracles?
I wonder is how you actually figured out that all the Muslims are wrong.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying all the Muslims believe he performed miracles, but Muhammad never claimed that he performed miracles.
Yeah. So why do they all believe that?
Because that's what they want to believe. I don't know.
So all Islamic scholars and everything, they're wrong.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying that's what they want to believe.
Okay, that's what they want to believe. And are you
believing
they want to believe
Muhammad? Yeah, I'm believing what I want to believe.
Okay,
they want to believe Muhammad performed miracles? I don't know. I don't know if he performed miracles or not. I don't have a position on it.
Well, but you have a position on it. You say it didn't happen.
I never said it didn't happen.
What? Okay. You say he doesn't claim it, but what? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying he doesn't claim it.
So why do scholars how do they see that differently than you? Like what context is there that you
don't know? Because I'm reading what they're reading, and I just read to you the whole, the first 14 verses in that surah.
Yeah.
Where
the first one is basic.
Yeah, but from those 14 verses I read, can you infer that Muhammad is claiming
the very first one you did?
I read the very first one and the next 13.
Let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Why do so many believe it?
I'm going to answer you with the same question. I don't know why they believe. Now listen.
What's the question?
My question is, I've read to you the first verse in that surah 54 where the whole moon cracking incident happens. And I've read the next 13 verses to you as well. Just from
Yes.
those first 14 verses, can you infer that Muhammad is claiming to have cracked the moon?
Yeah, the very first one.
All right, in the very first verse, where does Muhammad say, I've cracked the moon?
Well, he's
the
not saying.
hour has-
Well, is he not the one who's talking? I don't know. But apparently, a lot of people believe it. I'm not an expert in that thing, but a lot
Yeah,
of people believe it. And
fully
you say that's not the case. And I just asking you, why, what reason do they have to believe it?
And I'm trying to get you to figure out what that reason is by reading the verse to you. All right. I'm trying to help you
okay, so
understand
what is
why
the reason?
I don't know, dude. Listen now.
Okay,
Really,
you don't
gotta
know,
listen
that's
to me now.
fine. We're done then.
Hang
If you
on.
don't know, that's
Yes. Yeah, if I don't know, but hang on now. You need to listen to what I'm saying now because it's imperative and important, all right? You've listened to me read that first verse to you. The hour has come near and the moon is split in two. Verse 1. Verse 2, and if they see a miracle,
Look,
they hang on. Please, Joe, just let me finish.
Maybe something is before that, or even at the end of it.
There is nothing before
we
that.
can go through
That
the
is
whole
how
thing. Fact is that the scholars claim that, and I'm asking you,
why
what specifically do you think that? And you said you don't know, so fine, and we can move on. If you don't know, that's fine.
Do you? All right. So
because I don't know,
because
I don't know either. I'm not a scholar, and I'm not like I don't read that stuff. But if they claim that, the people who actually believe it, and then I say, okay, then that's what you believe, and you say you don't believe it, and if you don't know what's the difference or why they believe it, then that's okay.
It's okay.
I never claimed to be somebody who's like versed. I'm not a Muslim.
Yeah, listen, that's fine, dude. It's okay, but I want to, bring the question back to you now.
Okay.
So you should let me. All right. The same way you pose that question to me is the same way I want to pose the question to you, but I want to add context to it.
Okay.
I want to give you this verse, and at least the first 14 verses, so that you realize that the rest of the surah, it's the same thing. I'm telling you now, within this whole surah, Muhammad does not claim to crack the moon once. You can Google that for yourself. All right, I'm telling you, he doesn't claim to crack the moon. The first 2 verses is the only parts of this surah where they speak about a cracking moon. Now, having read that to you, do you have any idea why modern day Muslims would interpret this as Muhammad claiming to crack the moon?
The hour of judgment is high and the moon is cleft asunder. But they see a sign and they turn away and say, this is transcendent magic. And they interpret it as that he split the moon. They looked back, but they said, fuck it, it's just some magic, we don't give a shit.
Okay, so would you interpret that as well as Muhammad saying, I have split the moon?
I don't know, maybe in Arabic it's different.
No, in Arabic it's not. In Arabic it's not that different. In Arabic, the word Muhammad does not appear in any of the first 2 verses.
He says early traditions and historics explain the verse as a miracle performed by Muhammad, following request of some members of the Quraysh. I'm probably really bad in this.
Yeah, that's a claim the early historians have made.
Commentators accepted the authenticity of those traditions, which allude to the moon splitting as historical event. The following verse, but if they see, we already went through that. The verse basically is taken in the support of the view. The post-classical commentators, Ibn Kathir, provides a list of the early traditions mentioning the incident. A tradition transmitted on the authority of Anas bin Malik states, correct me by the way if you know better, that Muhammad split the moon after the pagan Meccans asked for a miracle. So basically, just reading till here, okay? And here is where I give you the benefit of the doubt on your claim. It says basically here that somebody went somewhere and they said, Muhammad, who's that Muhammad guy? And he said, yeah, that's here. Here it says he did that miracle. He split the moon.
Okay, so you agree with me?
Well, no, I say till here. Let's see what's next. Another tradition from Malik transmitted through other chains And narration mentioned was visible between the two parts of the moon. Is located Muslim revelation from God, a cave on mountain, a tradition narrated on the authority.
Just find something that says Muhammad
Well,
claims he split the moon.
Muhammad has taken us by magic. If there was, it will not do the people. Traditions transmitted. So basically, you think the verse means that he that people claim it was Muhammad who split the moon?
That's not what the verse is saying, but that's
No,
how
I'm not saying that's what the verse is saying, but that's why people are saying.
Yes, people have interpreted the verse that way, to say Muhammad is the one that did it. But the verse never says that. That's why I don't know how people came to that conclusion.
Well, from what I read so far, I say it looks like you're right in that claim.
Thank you.
So I will concede that.
Yeah. That's why
look,
when you ask
maybe
me,
there's something I missed, but from what I read so far, I wouldn't know because it's not that I ever read the whole thing and what the verse is even about or where they were actually going to.
well, I mean, you can read the verse. It's Surah 54, like in your spare time. It's not something that you gotta. Not something you gotta decide on now, but just when you find time, read it and see. Because at the end of the day, I understand that you can't just believe what I say, and there's certain things you would need to verify for yourself, which is fine. Yeah. But having read the Quran, I know that there is nowhere where Muhammad claimed to have cracked the moon. That's why I don't know why people interpret it that way. That's why I don't know why people say Muhammad performed miracles. I don't know if he did. I know that there were these acts he claims to have done. I don't know how he did it because he doesn't describe it that well. But would I call it a miracle? I don't know because I don't understand how he did it.
I have to read what this part is about. I don't want to go too much into it, but it says here, and maybe you heard that before and you can just quickly explain. If not, I will check that out sometime. We were along with God's messenger at Mina. That moon was split up in two. One of its part was behind the mountain, and the other one was on the side of the mountain. God's messenger said to us, bear witness to this. What is that about?
Can you paste the link for that?
Well, it's just Wikipedia.
So are they saying this is from the Quran?
Well, I'm just opening that link. That's why I said it just says that there. I'm not reading too much into it or where it comes from, but yeah, it is. It is in there. It is in the Quran.
But I mean, the link should tell you which surah this is or what verse.
It's chapter 8, the splitting of the moon, or maybe that's just a chapter from a book. But I think they refer to something.
This is not from the Quran. Then
book.
This is not the Quran.
Maybe it's a hadith.
Yeah, okay, it's a hadith. Yeah, there's no way this is from the Quran, because there's no way someone would talk in third person referring to Muhammad within the Quran. That's very weird for someone in the Quran to say, I was sitting with the Prophet. No, you don't see that in the Quran. The Quran, it's only Muhammad. It's either Muhammad or God or one of the other prophets. It's not a third, the way you have in the books of Matthew and whatnot. It's someone else saying what they were doing with Jesus, for example. That's not what's going on in the Quran. The Quran would never have wording like that. I was sitting with Jesus or with the Prophet and this happened.
Well, it's good that we went through that because there's more I can learn on this miracle specifically. But there's a whole list here of stuff. I don't want to go through all of that now, to be honest, because generally we're just trying to make the point if you believe that Muhammad wrote or dictated the Quran, you don't think he was inspired by God, but you believe that he thinks he was.
Yes.
But you think don't think that he actually was. And he
yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
go ahead. No, well, and that's basically
it. Yeah, I don't think he has proof for it. Until he provides proof, it's going to be hard for me to allow another human being made of flesh, bones, and blood like me to dictate how I should govern my relationship with God.
But what I mean is, if you believe that he thinks he was God was talking to him, or that he should do that God was telling him to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that he really had this belief, and you think it was a bit delusional?
I don't want to say delusional. I'm just going to say I don't know. I have no opinion on it because there's no way for me to verify it. It's a supernatural claim that I could never verify, so why worry about it?
I don't know, like, it's because he seems to, like, benefit from getting everything and, going to war and making it bigger and everything. And it rather seems to me that he used it to create the religion and
Benefit
create his
himself.
kingdom. So I think that there's a very good case for that.
Yeah, that's your interpretation of the situation. You feel Muhammad created a religion to conquer.
Which goes back to the original point. Jeez, we're going really back now.
Yeah, but as I'm saying, it's fine for you to have that opinion. I don't have a problem with, I will admit it does. There is a lot of validity within your viewpoint of it. It would be hard for me to tell you that you are wrong.
Well, because we were saying that if there were wars just because of religion, because I would say there's always only war to get something or to kill somebody else. There's always a reason other than religion to actually do the war.
Oh, definitely. But there are situations where wars are done purely because of religion. There are many reasons you can have a war, man. One of them is religion, differences in beliefs. It's a valid reason. It's not a valid reason. Sorry, there's no valid reason to go to war. But it's a reason people go to war.
Good.
Yo, my dude, I gotta be out for a bit, but I'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah, take care. That was fun.
Yeah, this is interesting. All right, peace out.
Hey, I got some silver juice from this Barker guy. If you guys want to protect yourself from Corona.
I saw you read it. That was crazy, man. How are you, Nate?
I'm doing all right. I'm just right now I'm working, and I said I needed to take a break for a second. So I said I'll come inside here and see what's.
I was always wondering, like, you're making all those videos and everything, but you also work full time, right?
Yeah, I got my own practice going on, so like I got a couple of cases that I got going on now.
You're a busy guy, man.
Yeah, that's why it's hard for me to make videos as consistently as I'd like to. But I'm kind of because YouTube, it pays, but it doesn't. It pays kind of randomly. Like 1 month I'll make $1,000, next month I'll make $20. So it really, it's really not.
Yeah, I think that's mostly because, like, you have different topics and you actually have also different audiences. You have an audience for certain communities, and which means you make one video which gives you so many views, videos that give you so many views. To really, like, unless you make like 1 million views, the best way is to get like a consistent and good CPM, and the best way is to have like a consistent like viewer base. And that's what's if you get that going, because if you do that, there are channels like that make maybe bring out a video maybe for 100,000 views or so, but they have a consistent view. That means that if they bring it out two times a week, exactly on that day, 100,000 people will watch it. Advertisers know that's like good to invest, because they will get the viewers. So that's how you increase your CPM and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's it's funny because when I first started, I had one CPM was $58 for one of my videos, and
Wow.
I was like, what the hell? Why? How's this a $58 CPM? But but that video was my video on contract law. So it's literally when and I showed it to a friend of mine. I was like, yo, is this right? So YouTube, if I do a contract law video or something about law school and that type of stuff, the CPMs go through the roof. But if I do a video on anything else, the CPMs are about like $5, $6. It's reasonable stuff. So the trade off is I can do more videos on constitutional law and stuff like that are just directed to that, but nobody watches those videos. And then when I do more juicier videos, they get lower CPMs and more people watch it. So it's really, really this tug of war, about trying to get content that gets you those higher CPMs, but that people are still interested in, or the audience is still interested.
Yeah, you want like mostly stuff that's in the mainstream that people are actually looking for. That yeah. But that's how it goes, you have to take the case that's there and talk about it. And
Yeah. I'm thinking but things have been going well in terms of subs and views.
you're doing
Because
really
right,
well.
yeah, it's going well. It's just now just building the brand, and being more consistent with it. So that's what I'm trying to really focus on.
Yeah, no, I have seen you like since you were like around 2K, and you grew since then like nearly exponentially. It slowed down there, here and there, but you're actually doing like you still keep on going.
Yeah, because I think I'm more and more people, especially now when I'm doing like the Cardi B stuff and all that stuff, you get more people. And now I have to change my tactics too because predominantly my audience was like 80% men. Now it turned into about 60% men and 40% women. So now I have to so it's interesting how I
You're
think
showing your net.
yes, it's like the Leslie Bass stuff and the Cardi B stuff has gotten me all these young women who I didn't suspect would even like to watch.
Yeah. See, that's how you get them hooked. But like I mean, I've seen you back then for a while, but I know, like, of course, all the whole non sequitur story, that really brought you also a lot of subs because a lot of people were interested in it, and you actually did a really good job in just, breaking it down to understand it on a very fair way. So really appreciate that. They were really good videos.
Oh, thank you. Even though most people, even though it's so funny because I was arguing with who was I talking to? Maybe about a couple of months ago. I was talking to I was in Unirock server. And I was talking to them about it, and it was interesting because I remember at one point Unirock when he was watching the videos, he was like, "Oh, this guy's so biased, so biased." But then when I do something negative about Kyle, he'd be like, "Oh, this is so great," and he would share it. But then when it's like against those, so it's interesting how people can view the content and know how evenly based you try to be, they'll all see it through that lens.
Yeah, that's how it works.
But that's what they told us in law school, though. When both good negotiations when both sides feel that they lost. So
Yeah. But go ahead.
no, I'm just saying right now it's just because COVID-19 is it's like a bomb blew up. It's like here in the
Uh,
city. I just came from the supermarket and the shelves are bare. It's like I don't know it's just like everybody just started freaking out today. I don't know what
man,
happened. I think games freak people out.
like I left like work early today, because I just went out, and like I'm in Ireland, and the Taoiseach, like our prime minister, said today, like from tomorrow on, they're gonna close all the schools for next month, and no public gathering more than 500 people, and no internal inside for with more than 100. So I said, oh, interesting, and I thought I'll go to the shop. I walked into the shop, and it was like fucking mayhem. I don't know what was going on, and the queues were going through the entire shop just to get out. And I said, fuck that shit, just turn around and go back out again. I don't know what's going on. People are freaking out, man.
But I understand the concern though. So
there hasn't been toilet paper like for a week or so, or at least the last few days.
yeah, there's no toilet paper anywhere here. So
Yeah. Well, luckily I stocked up. What I basically did. I always like to have a stock of stuff since Brexit started.
yeah, that makes sense.
Like, not that I think it will be bad, but there are other ways around. But just infrastructure and everything will be shit once you have like borders and stuff. We will kind of cut off of Europe.
But there's no hard border. I thought there wasn't going to be a hard border. No.
Well, there won't be a hard border between Ireland and Northern, but it's not necessary. Well, look, we don't know because they still have to negotiate it, and I cannot imagine them going down that way. But to have basically the UK saying is they want to have their borders, so they have quite a lot of demands. So we'll see how it goes down because it took already for a long time to even the withdrawal agreement done.
But don't they even have? But don't they have the armistice for the Troubles back in the 90s, right? That then they signed the thing that there would be free movement of people between Northern Ireland and Ireland itself. So, you know, if they put a border up, a hard border, then there's problems because they'd be breaking that truce, the truce.
Yeah, I mean that's an argument, but I don't think. Look, even if they would, it's impossible to put a border there anyway because there's like hundreds of crossings along. Like it's a small island, it's a small border, but it's a long border, and there's a lot of communities in between. So it wouldn't be possible anyway. But it's just the way the UK is presenting it at the moment. At least Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, would. He doesn't seem to have a lot of interest to actually keep aligned with Europe, and which is important just to keep all the trade going and have like a trade-free. See, as once you're outside of the European Union by law, that's just how it is. Like there wouldn't be inside the European Union there are no borders, but once you're outside of it, there is a border. That means everything that goes in and out has to be checked. So nowadays, at the moment, a truck comes, takes a ferry to England, drives to England, takes a ferry to Ireland, gets to Ireland. But there's like hundreds of lorries going through, and nobody checks them because we're like one country basically.
Yeah.
And if there's a border, it means they have to stop and check, and that just creates like completely new problems in supply lines and all of that. So it will be interesting to see what route they go down, but that's just that'll take probably till the end of the year.
Well, we'll see, because I know it's gonna be tough. And I've been reading the reports about Scotland considering leaving the UK to join the European Union, and the European Unions think they're slick because they're courting both Northern Ireland and Scotland to leave. But it'll be interesting to see if that actually.
Yes, I mean Scotland is talking for it for a long time. The whole way through Brexit, the SNP, which is the party in the UK Parliament that represents up the north, Scotland and everything, they were like asking for it all the time, and like for a vote for it, and they had a vote. Like, and I don't know exactly the year, but it's a few years back where they had a vote, and they just narrowly lost, as in they didn't decide for it. But then Brexit happened, and this could have changed a lot because in the elections you could see how Scotland actually voted. They were all pro Europe, and it was mostly England wanted to go out, and Wales and the North wanted to stay. I mean, to be honest, it's a big mess, Like there's only small, tiny little islands that don't mean anything, but it creates. Like the North is such a small, tiny bit, but it's not only having the border there; it's also the history between Ireland and the North, and it's crazy.
And let's not forget about all that, the oil, the economic development.
Oh, that's true.
Scotland doesn't have as much people, but the land and the value of all that stuff, the UK would lose tremendously if Scotland left. And then I would suspect Northern Ireland would be wanting to come too, because Northern Ireland is closest with Scotland, and obviously with the European Union gives them just so many more advantages than just being now this kind of outlier for Britain. So it could be a mess, but I think it really depends on Scotland. Because if Scotland leaves, I think it really puts the pinch on Northern Ireland to then leave.
There might be a vote in the future at some time, but see, basically, they really have to convince it depends what parliament will exist, because at the moment the prime minister wouldn't let it happen. The agreement was that it was back then once in a lifetime vote, so it means the next generation would have a chance to vote for it again. So it might happen at some point, and maybe they're also bringing it through the parliament in the next one. Definitely not in this one. So maybe in the future it will.
But don't forget, though, even though I do agree, but they just had the vote to leave for self-governance. I think it's political. It may not be politically expedient to allow the Northern Ireland to say, if they say, well, we want to vote to leave, for them now to try to force them to stay, because don't forget, that was the whole Brexit thing. We want self-governance. We want this, we want that. And now they would be, on the back end saying, no, you can't have self-governance, that type of thing. So it's a tangled web they weave, to say the least.
With the North, it would be different though, because the Good Friday Agreement actually allows for a vote for reunification. Yeah, that's I don't see how they can for the UK to do that.
Well, listen, good people, I got to go back to work. It's almost 2:00, but it's good to see everybody. And
yeah, I enjoyed that. Thanks chatting with you.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I definitely enjoyed chatting with you too. I'll definitely be back. And now finish processing one video and then get the hell out of here. So I'll see you guys.
All right, good luck. Anybody want to jump in? You're all welcome.
Hello. Hello, Internet. 'Tis I, Grumpy Badger. I am claiming the throne of the GDC because nobody's here. Wahaha! No, I'm only kidding. Bye. Embrace the badger.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, strap in my microphone thing here. How are you?
Oh, kind of bored. I'm home alone. I'm used to having the house full of people.
So you came here to be bored and online.
Yeah, didn't really have anything else to do. I don't really
Yeah, me
play
too.
video games.
Yeah, nor do I. I went to the grocery store today. I needed to get one thing, and the aisles are starting to get some noticeable empty spots. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Is everyone just full out fucking panicking now?
I don't know, maybe. Do you live in a more populated area, though?
Well, I live in Toronto, downtown Toronto, so.
Well, I'm going to blame that's it, because it doesn't really take that many people to want to buy extra stuff. Oh, shit.
Your house is no longer.
Oh, yeah, never mind. My aunt is here.
Well, I imagine you need to go then, huh?
No, I think she's probably just downstairs across the house playing the video game.
Oh.
I live in a very, very large old house.
Cool. Is it Victorian?
No. Nah. It's an old farmhouse that's been added on to over and over again. So it's kind of a mishmash.
I see. I'm sure it's lovely.
Yeah, I like it.
So yeah, I hear that the country of Ireland is closing the schools for a month or something.
Yeah. Kids are apparently really bad vectors for this. I mean, like normal. This is they think kids don't show symptoms.
So a child would get it, but not really be impacted at all. Well, that's good.
Yeah, it seems like none of them are dying and none of them are really getting sick. And they think it's because it plays most of the illness and severity comes off your immune system reacting.
Oh, well, that's. I mean, that's positive. You don't want children to be getting sick.
Well, the thing is, I guess technically they do get sick, but really, what they do is catch it and bring it home to mom and dad.
Yeah. Well, I've been seeing stats like 60 to 70% of the world will eventually be infected with this over the next year.
Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at any of the pamphlets, but I read 40 to 70 by like February of next year.
Yeah. So how does it work? Does a virus like that goes through the population, and once you have it, then you don't ever have it again? Isn't that how immunity works?
Well, you still have it, right? But it becomes more and more like a cold or a flu.
Okay, so I get it today. My body fights through it. I survive. You're saying that I will always have that virus, and then every now and then it'll come back out as a cold?
No, you'll catch it from someone after it mutates.
Okay. So once you have it in a form, you're never going to have that particular specific form again. It's just something else.
Probably not. It depends on how long your immune system. I forget what they're called. Antibodies. Oh God, I'm apparently not haven't had much sleep. Depends on how long your body keeps your antibodies around, but kind of yeah.
I see. So are you the one who knows a lot about space?
I hope not. I know some, but if I'm the one that knows about space, no one in here knows about space.
Hmm. Well, one thing, I was on here, I don't know, a month ago, and I asked a lot of questions, and everybody was very helpful. And I had one question I don't understand quite. So, you know what? The space station's whipping around the Earth that's in some sort of orbit, correct? And it's going, hundreds of thousands of miles an hour, or however fast it goes. How come there's not how come they aren't getting thrown to the edge of the vehicles that's whipping around the Earth? Does that make sense?
I can give you. Hello, hi. Just quickly before we go into that one, I was listening in on the earlier thing when you were talking about viruses, and basically what induced immunity, the way that works, when you get something and you get better from it. Basically, what that means is you can catch it again. Your system better place to be able to fight it off because it's got it identified and it knows what antibodies to throw at it. So it goes into overproduction of those antibodies, and it gives you a better chance of fighting off any mutated strains as well because you've got a vague recognition there.
I see.
So that's how it works. It makes you better able to fight it off if you fought it off once before.
I see. Thank you.
And the orbital thing, it's the same principle as when you're on a train and you jump up in the air. You don't stay still and the train move forward. You move forward with the train because you've got the same what's the term for it?
Reference point.
You've got the same momentum, relative momentum to each other. Same if you're orbiting. It doesn't matter what speed you're going, you're both going at the same speed. So, relatively speaking, it's like you're in a train car.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, it's all to do with relative motion. Simple as that. Anywho, that was all I popped in to say, really.
You sound very official because you're in some environment that's giving you a little bit of an echo. Sounds like we're in church.
Actually, what it is I've got a stage mic hooked up to a mixer. That's my audio,
Oh,
and it's the stage mic. It gives the sort of reverb that you get when you're singing or talking on stage. That's all.
see, you could have just lied and said that you had rented Carnegie Hall for the afternoon and you just happened to bounce in.
I could have done, but I prefer the one that everybody else says when I join a room, and it's like, it's the voice of God. I like that one better.
Well, I guess if you're going to lie, you might as well shoot for the top, huh?
Exactly, but it only works when it comes from somebody else.
Yeah, it seems a little narcissistic if you use it yourself. This is God.
It's beyond narcissism, let's face
it. Next level narcissism.
Yeah, it's verging on Trumpism. I mean, let's face
it. Cool. So, how high is the space station from Earth?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, let me ask.
It's got to be at least 5 to 10 miles.
And
Yeah, it is 254 miles.
Oh, well, there you go. I was short.
and then are other satellites that go around the Earth roughly the same location?
There's a broad range of orbiting things.
Yeah, if you were to actually take a look and have a little pin, a little marker on each satellite, you'd see that we're surrounded by a virtual mist of them.
Why? There's hundreds of thousands of them.
Every single telecoms company has got their own network,
Right.
or is in the process of trying to get them up there, so they don't have to rent space on other networks.
Right. But I would just think that I don't know how to accurately explain this, but as you go up higher, don't you kind of virtually have a little bit more space to work with? Space being not space, distance between you and something else. Doesn't that kind of expand in a way?
Yeah, the orbital spheres do get bigger. That's one of the reasons why they're always opening up new ones.
Well, I would just think that, I mean, how big is a satellite? The same size as a car?
Yeah, but here's the thing: if you've got them all too close to each other, you run the risk of them crashing into each other, and it makes SpaceX launches and NASA launches and every other person who wants to actually go to space. It raises the risk of collisions there as well, and you really don't want that sort of collision at those sorts of speeds.
Granted,
So you have to leave sufficient windows, or whatever the term you want to use, for people to be able to not actually be bothered by the satellites that are up there.
okay, I hear that. I'm just thinking that I guess my question is it really that big of a problem? Because if the space station is 250 miles away from Earth, that's a shit ton of area. I mean, look at for airplanes, they only operate between 0 and 35,000 feet.
Oh, are you talking about the risk to the space station from these other satellites? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm just talking about the volume of them up there and how risky is it to.
Well, if you think about the size and maneuverability, if the space station were to come across one, and I'm sure they do see them from time to time, they've got they don't.
They're much higher than most satellites.
Well, yeah, I was going to say if they do, it's probably below them. But I would imagine that they've got sufficient maneuverability and warning to be able to take whatever avoidance measures they need.
What it is, the chance of collision is low, in really really low, but the chance of a collision being a catastrophe is really high. Right. So what they're trying to avoid is one satellite hitting another satellite and then shotgunning out and hitting every satellite one by one. Right?
Yeah.
And then surrounding the Earth in a ocean of flak, so nothing could ever leave again.
Oh, could you imagine?
Well, can't you just shoot a nuclear weapon up there and then ignite it? Wouldn't it blow everything away?
I mean, that's sort of a last resort kind of thing, right? Because if you send a nuke up in a rocket and it explodes in the atmosphere, then it just contaminates a large swath of the Earth.
Well, then you need to send it up over Africa.
Yeah, but it won't just hit Africa.
No, I know.
Yeah, that'd take it out
But it was a bit of a
Europe and the Middle East as well.
Well, no, it would go around most of the Earth. Well, I guess it depended on how high it was.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, immediate effect. Anyway, I've said what I came in to say. I will leave it to it, gents, and
All right.
catch you later. Have a good
Have a
one.
nice evening. You too. So then, somewhere between here and is it here in the moon? There's some sort of radiation belt. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah. It's not actually that. It's not very close to the moon. It's much more. It's much closer to Earth, if I remember correctly.
So, what? How? Maybe I don't understand radiation, but I kind of always viewed it as kind of electricity. Like it starts and it's moving, and if you shut it off from the front, it just moves, and then behind it, it's empty space. But I don't think that's how it.
Well,
Not-
some radiation is like a particle radiation, and other radiation is electromagnetic.
So this band of radiation, does it when you say band, is it a circling around the Earth, or is it just circling around the sun, or?
What there's a point between the Earth's magnetic field and the influence from the sun in space that sort of concentrates a certain amount of radiation. That's really all it is.
And it does the sun put off this radiation?
I mean, yeah, and we get radiation from outside of space too. Depending on what kind of radiation.
Right. So is every star going to have this radiation band around it, sort of, due to the gravity associated with the star?
Oh, I mean, are you talking about the one out near the edge of the solar system? Or are you talking about the one around the planet again?
Oh, fuck me. How many bands of radiation are there?
Well, anything with a magnetic field in orbit around a star is going to have some level of a band. And then there's going to be a band between at the edge of the influence of any star when it meets like what you would call like deep space, I guess.
So wait a minute. So is there a band of radiation around the sun for every planet?
Anyone that has a significant magnetic field, right? I don't think like Mercury would have one. I would have to look it up. Like a lot of the dwarf planets probably won't have one, but like things with magnetic fields like Earth and Venus and Jupiter, giants, the other giants, whatnot, will have them.
Why would a planet not have a magnetic field?
Well, as far as we know, the magnetic field is caused by rotation within the planet. Right, you basically have a motor. Right, it's flowing at a different rate from the surface, in a magnetic field, which is caused by the star. So it generates its own magnetic field.
So if you've got some sort of core that's got heat in it, it's rotating and inside, and that's what creates the magnetic.
Yeah.
Why does the magnetic field flip?
Oh, sorry, what?
Well, I've heard that the true north flips or the magnetic field flips. Am I saying that right?
It appears to.
What does that mean?
Well, it really just means when you would hold out a compass that would point north, it would actually point south when it said north. That's really just it. It's like the ends of a bar magnet flipping. It's just.
So at some point when this flip happens, every compass is going to be 180 degrees wrong.
Yeah. I mean, you can make new compasses, right? That
right,
would just.
I understand. What causes that flip to happen?
Think they have a real solid theory. If I remember correctly, I've heard a bunch of stuff about how the inner rotation, like the relative speed changes compared to the surface. But there are other theories too.
Does it happen on like one day? Is it like a snap of the finger, or is it some sort of gradual process?
Well, kind of both. The magnetic poles do move, like on a daily basis, right? But as far as I know, most of the evidence for this comes from like the ocean bed. So when lava solidifies, you could tell what orientation the magnetic field is in. And from I guess what it seems like, that sort of flip happens relatively quickly, geologically speaking. Maybe a month or a couple years, right? It would be hard to tell that way, but it doesn't seem like it takes very long.
I see. Okay. Is it one of those things like it's just a certain amount of mass, it hits a tipping point and bang, it switches?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So this magnetic, or excuse me, radiation belt that's out there, I hear that that's one of the things that the people who claim the moon landings are fake is that they say that people couldn't live, the astronauts couldn't live going through it. That's obviously not the case, right?
Yeah, I mean, it isn't really that big a deal. Like going up there in a shielded ship, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much protects you. I mean, those people don't understand that electronics are also affected by radiation, and we send those through all the time, also, without any concern.
Okay. What's the major limiting factor for a manned mission to Mars? Is it the amount of food and shit they got to take with them to survive?
Well, yeah, it's the total weight. I would say that's the main one, but then there's also, I would say the second biggest one would be like the launch window, right? Because Mars is on a different orbital than we are. It spends a lot of time very far away from us and sometime very close to us.
What's the time frame of that orbit? Years? More than ours, obviously, right?
Yeah, I would have to look it up again. I mean, Mars's year does last longer than us.
Right, but is it like every 10 years is the sweet spot, or is it every 100 years?
No, it's like we would get it every year, right? Because we would catch up with it every year. But you basically spend and it's it's a cycle, right? Because you'll catch up to it at different times each year,
right?
But it might be months before you could like send any backup or supplies right after you launch the first one.
Okay, and when you say it's a weight problem, they do launch satellites into orbit. Couldn't they just launch the supplies and some sort of pods or like a train, just launch a whole bunch of different things up there, put them all together like Lincoln Block or Legos, and then.
Oh yeah, I mean you could, right? You can't. There's nothing's technically stopping you from launching 30 giant rockets, right? What's stopping people is, well, NASA's really safety conscious for one, but in general, really, it's just money.
Yeah.
Like if we quadrupled NASA's budget, we probably would have been on Mars like a decade ago.
And how come, you remember, 2001, that movie, they had that round space station.
Yeah. How
come we don't have, at this point in time, space stations up there with hundreds or thousands of people living in them? Is there no reason to? No value in it?
Yeah. I mean, the only real reason right now to have those would be for, I guess, like recreation, Right. I mean, you could do science in them too, but we do science now in the space stations we have. And any sort of artificial gravity, you would basically, it would be like doing an experiment on Earth, right? You would have gravity and there wouldn't really be any point of doing it there. And it would cost hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trillions of dollars.
Yeah, so it's more of a it's
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure at some point we'll have them, right? That's somewhere. But I don't think any country or even a group of countries is willing to spend that amount of resources on building one.
well, space to get anywhere. I mean, isn't it so many light years just to get anywhere? I mean, what are the chances of us ever being actually able? I mean, I guess things multiply fast in technology, but what are the chances of us getting to the where we can move through at faster than the speed of light? I mean, that's
Well,
impossible.
It depends on what kind of tech is actually possible, right? I mean, let's say faster than light travel is never achievable, right? It's just not physically possible in the universe, right? Then it would just take a lot of motivation, right? You would have to, maybe go out and get, was it Ceres that's in the asteroid belt, the dwarf planet, and turn it into a ship, right? And then send that to a star.
How the fuck how do you move a planet?
Lots of effort and very carefully. I don't know, but it might not take a planet, but it would have to be a very, very big ship if we're talking about being on there for generations.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's technically feasible.
I just think that unmanned stuff is the way to go. Like, there's a company that is a private company that's building little tiny that builds little tiny satellites that the size of a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
And they send them up and they're around the earth. And I guess they're trying to send tens of thousands of these things. And it's a service that provides video. So, the more they put up there, the more video you're going to have of your particular whatever location you want to look at.
Yeah, and then there's like, was it Starshot? That wants to send very, very small probe satellite. Oh, yeah, it's not really satellites. They're just probes to other stars.
Yeah.
They launch with lasers.
Wow. Toronto, Ontario just canceled schools for the next 3 weeks.
And all the kids are like, woo!
Of
And
course.
all the parents are like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Son of a bitch. Well, that's just... So Ireland was the first one to do that. Now I imagine all over the world, people...
I think Italy beat you to it.
Oh, did Italy also?
Yeah. Well, I guess technically I'm not sure. They were talking about it for like a week, and I'm just assuming that they did it.
What is the goal of this stuff, to stop it or slow it down?
Well, the goal is always to stop it. Right, but I think the general consensus is we're just slowing it down so it doesn't overburden the healthcare system.
That's
right,
nice.
Because not having like relatively quick and decent healthcare when you get a really severe case of it is a huge contributing factor to people dying from it. Because it doesn't. Yeah, I could be wrong about. I wish Fiona was around because she would know more about this than I do. but it seems like it's not so much the virus that kills you, it's more of your body reacting to it.
Like what, a high temperature or getting dehydrated? Is that what kills you in these things?
I mean, that can be what kills you, like with the flu and stuff. Those are contributing factors. I mean, your body having an extreme response to, because it's a lung infection, right? Lower respiratory. Having an extreme reaction to that can cause you to drown or have trouble breathing, like even without the virus doing damage. Obviously, it does damage, right? That's what viruses do, but it seems like the immune system is a bigger problem than the virus, maybe. Or at least that's what every expert I've seen go onto a podcast the last 2 weeks have said. I'm just trying to repeat what someone smarter than me about this have said.
I'm more interested in space travel. Are there actually have governments actually put satellites up in space that have weapon systems to go and blow?
I mean, officially, no. Right? I mean, most weapons, most of anything you would call a weapon is technically banned via treaty. But then, like, who knows, really? Like, I don't think when the treaty was made, I don't think anyone considered lasers or just kinetic weapons to be considered weapons, I guess. So those could be up there without breaking the treaty. But, Russia, I mean, I wouldn't put it past my own country to sneak up a weapon satellite.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just too advantageous, right? To just not.
Well, especially since everything on the battlefield is run by your connection to the satellite, communication and whatnot, right? I mean, I don't think. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you know anything about weapon systems, but cruise missiles, and I'm pretty sure they use GPS. I wonder if they can also use an EWACS, E3 for their guidance. I don't know.
Yeah, I do not know. I do remember something about there are suspicions that Russia, not so much weapon satellite, but they had satellites set up to where they could ram other satellites. Although I don't think that technically breaks the treaty. No, although that would be a very, very bad idea.
War's not a very good idea.
Well,
if you're worried about destruction,
it's the possibility of the catastrophic chain event, right? Where you're just 2 satellites hit, and then the third from the shrapnel, and then the fourth, and then all of them.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying that, the people who design destructive tools aren't necessarily the same ones who care about the effects or how to build.
Oh, for O'Brien in the chat, when I said kinetic, I meant there isn't propellant, right? Because that's what the treaty focuses on. So it would be it would basically, if a kinetic weapon from orbit to the ground would basically be just dropping a giant iron rod right from a satellite. It's barely a weapon. It's sort of like it would be the equivalent of throwing a mace at someone on the battlefield. So the only word I know for it would be kinetic, because all of its explosive energy comes from impact, right? It has no warhead. It has no propellant. It's just a giant iron rock, essentially.
Interesting.
There's a nickname for it, and I don't remember what they're called. The rods from God? Is that? I have to look it up.
I don't know. How come the space station doesn't get hit with more junk? Because there's been hasn't there
Space is
been
very big.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we're talking of, there's an area around it that, for all intensive purposes, is empty for thousands of square miles.
Right.
So, like, most of what would hit it would probably be little pieces of our junk, right, that fell off of something, or a piece of ice that came off of something, or the very occasional, like, micro asteroid. But we're talking, I mean, there isn't much in space, right? Volume wise. Oh yeah, okay, they are called rods from God. I knew it. The theoretical specs form is they're 20 feet long, 1 foot in the diameter tungsten rods that are dropped from orbit, reaching speeds up to 10 times the speed of sound.
And these hit Earth as a weapon.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has them in orbit, because it would be extremely expensive to launch just one of those. But yeah, it would be a weapon, right?
What would the value of that weapon be over a weapon? I mean, is the kinetic energy created there as much as a nuclear weapon, but without the side effects? Is that why they would do that, or?
Well, I mean, it would really. I'm not sure about the original idea that I just read off, like the size. But I mean, in theory, there wouldn't be any reason why you couldn't get one big enough to be the equivalent of a nuke. Because
Right,
you're just talking about mass, right? It's just more mass for bigger explosions.
Right. I'm just wondering why you would go to the trouble of putting a satellite in space. You have to have a lot of them, to make it usable. Why that would be more beneficial than all the weapons we have down here and the abilities that we have. Maybe it's just one of those things, someone thought it up, but it's not practical at all.
Well, it has two advantages. Although I would say that all the weapons we have down here, or even just launching a different kind of weapon to put into space, is probably going to be much more useful. It gets around that treaty, right? The No Weapons in Space Treaty, and you don't risk it exploding when you launch it, right? And you don't risk it. You don't risk any real maintenance to the thing while it's in orbit, because it's just a tungsten rod, right? So it's like, mechanically speaking, it's a very cheap way of having a weapon in space.
I'm sorry. Maybe I got confused. It would only be used to fire at other items in space, not space to Earth.
It's a ground weapon from space to ground.
Okay, so Okay, that's what I was but I just don't understand why. Just to me, it seems like, why in the world would you do that when you could buy? I mean, what's it cost to launch a space, a satellite into space? Millions of dollars, right? I mean, it's very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, Musk is bringing it down to just a few million, right? It's like hundreds of millions, really.
Okay, but a cruise missile, I think it's under $1 million.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a good thing you mentioned that. That reminds me, there is one more benefit: a delivery time, right? Because your delivery time and warning, right? Because you would be launching it from right above wherever you're shooting it at. It would essentially get shot and hit before any sort of system went off. Unlike where people can detect a cruise missile coming, right, with radar and stuff.
I'm thinking here, it's gonna be able to, because the speed that it's traveling is just so incredible.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it, like I said, the first estimates were like 10 times the speed of sound, like Mach 10. That's faster than any missile by a lot.
Okay. All right, I gotcha. So we would have those in case there was a nuclear exchange. We could shoot a whole shit ton of those down and blow up all the Russian nuclear sites before they even realized what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could, but if you had them all in the right orbits and everything, yeah.
Well, right. I mean, I think that's the key. It'd have to be just basically overhead. I just don't. In current warfare, it wouldn't, to me, seem to be very practical of a weapon to have.
Yeah, it's super cost prohibitive.
Yeah.
It costs much less and is actually just easier to have 1,000 nuclear weapons.
Oh, God. Well, no, they do enough damage now with a drone with a couple. Well, no, a drone with a couple. I mean, they've gotten good enough to where they can just find people driving in their car from the bunker to back to their house.
Yeah, and it seems like Moabs are big enough, so there isn't really that much of a need to have nukes, like other than deterrence.
Because does the Moab provide the same amount of destruction?
Oh, as the nuke? No.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
I mean, it's if you've never really seen a lot of pictures of a nuke, if you saw a Moab go off, like the bigger ones, you might at first think it was a nuke because it is really big, but it's not anything close to a nuke, really.
Right.
It's big enough that you do get like a mushroom cloud, but it's not the same.
Yeah. It's just an air gas bomb, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know a whole lot about it. I know they rarely get used because there isn't usually much of a need to just blow up that much shit at one time now.
Yeah. Well, again, the smaller, more nimble weapons that they've come up with seem to be more practical. So which is it Saturn has a moon that's covered in ice, and they think that underneath that ice is a liquid ocean?
There are a few. Well, I say a few. There are a couple moons that they think have a liquid ocean. And I think both Jupiter and Saturn have them.
How can they tell that?
Well, I mean, of course, it's still like preliminary. It's not like they've had that much of a chance to study it in depth. But well, I mean, for one of them has like water geysers, like ice and water geysers. So it's just obvious that there's water down there. And then, electromagnetically speaking, you have forms of light right in the light spectrum that can go through ice, and you can kind of tell a change in density.
I see. So the water geysers are like Old Faithful. There's something underneath it that's creating heat, and it's boiling the water, and it's burning up through the ice.
Yeah.
Until the pressure's turned off.
Well, yeah, and if I remember correctly, it seems, I think the pressure and the heat probably is caused by the moon orbiting around the big planet, because it causes the planet to like stretch and unstretch.
Oh, so it's not internally created on its own. It's the interaction.
Yeah, it's friction from the interaction of its orbit.
So as long as that happens enough to create an environment where there's enough heat for constant liquidity of the water.
Yeah, and I mean, pressure can keep water liquid too. But I don't think they think that's what it is.
Well, that would be cool if they could go to those places.
I think that is the plan at some point.
Right, just not fast enough.
Well, there are other treaties and procedures in place that stop countries from like contaminating possible areas where life exists. Right? So they have to have the tech and procedures to prevent that. This is why we haven't launched rovers or anything to like the ice caps on Mars.
Really?
Yeah.
Because of some treaty that says that we have.
Yeah, there's a non-contamination. I'm pretty sure there's a treaty. I know it's the general working idea of every space agency to not contaminate any possible area where they think life is or life could be.
Well, what does contaminate mean? I mean, just putting something there, isn't that contaminating the environment?
Introducing, viruses or bacteria into the ecosystem.
Okay, that makes sense. So they just have to make the little rover in a clean room and.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, since there are viruses and bacteria that can survive cleaning, survive space, right? Survive vacuum and survive entry. Right. So
Jesus.
it's really hard.
So how do they do it?
Right now, I don't think they can do it to the extent that they're happy with it. And that's why they haven't said anything there.
But there's no theory that there's actually in those ice caps on Mars that there's actually life, is there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we think there's liquid water on Mars, right? And under the ice cap would be a place where it would be at. And basically anywhere we find liquid water, we assume that there's a potential for life. Even though life could exist without it, theoretically. That's her like working hypothesis.
How come they only sent 2 rovers to Mars? Or have they sent a third one now?
You mean that last time they sent them when they sent 2 at the same time?
Yeah.
I think it was just the budget.
Well, how many are there?
I don't remember. I think one of the 2 stopped working, didn't it? I think there's only one functioning there right now.
I'm just, is it? I guess it's super expensive. That's why they don't.
Yeah.
But I thought I thought they'd either sent a new one, or there's a new one on the way, or there's a new one that they're working on that's going to be like the size of a car.
There might be. I mean, the last 2 we sent were pretty big.
What does pretty big mean? Golf cart size?
I mean, we're talking golf cart size or bigger.
Really? They don't ever look that big in
I
the
would have to look
pictures.
it up again. Daryl Frost says 3 on Mars.
With the 2 working and 1 broken.
Well, I'm assuming he means 3 working. I just know of the one because I think the one that was launched when I was really young, that stopped forever ago. And then I think at least one of the 2 more recent ones that was launched in the last decade had stopped working.
And didn't the Russians land something on Venus? And we've obviously landed stuff on Mars and the moon. Are those the only bodies that we've landed, that humans have landed other craft on?
I know we did Venus. I don't know if Russia did Venus.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, the Russians dropped a lander rover on the moon. Yeah, I think Mars, Venus, and the moon are the only ones we've landed on. I mean, unless you count crashing. I mean, we've crashed stuff into planets and asteroids.
Yeah, trying to see if it no, I get that. It's just interesting. It seems so. To me, it seems a little disappointing that when did we land on the moon? Late 60s?
Yeah.
50 years ago, we had guys walking around on the moon. You'd just think that we'd be further along today than we are. But I don't have enough knowledge to think that maybe we are. But back then, you probably would have thought that, well, people on Mars is just, a few years away.
Well, the thing, technically speaking, right? The tech that took you to the moon could take you to Mars, right? You would just need a bigger ship with more supplies and lots of hopes and dreams, right?
Yeah.
But it's not practical, and it's not safe, and it's extremely expensive. And basically, at the same time, the Russians decided not to be in the Cold War anymore because they broke apart.
Yeah.
So no one wanted to give NASA the money. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, it's just disappointing because there's so many incredible. The volume of questions that we don't know is just astronomical.
Yeah, and then people make arguments of, I don't think we should spend money up there. We should focus on petty bullshit down here.
Yeah, no.
Of course, they don't say petty bullshit, but that's what it is. It's petty bullshit.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if we wanted to, we could solve world hunger and fund NASA. We just don't.
We should have hundreds of little rovers running around on Mars till we find something. I bet you if we found something, that would really get some excitement going.
Well, I don't know about Mars, but if these people actually get their fusion plants to start doing well, it would actually become economically feasible to go to the moon, probably. So then you might have a bunch of things on the moon.
What would that just like tourism?
No, helium-3 is it basically cakes the surface of the moon comparatively to Earth. It's really rare on Earth. And that's the fuel being used for fusion plants.
Oh, so you're saying some mining operation?
Yeah, it'd be like a surface level mining. So it would be more like running giant toothed vacuum cleaners right over the surface. I don't think they know how deep it goes, the helium-3, but they just know that it's there.
Is it's I take it it's in a solid form?
Yeah, like dust and
Well,
stuff. Frozen.
from space?
Uh,
Or is it
yeah.
something that was part of the planet?
I'm pretty sure it's from space. It's collected it. But yeah, I've honestly never looked that up. But since it's on the surface, I don't think it's just from the planet.
Man, it would have to be. Wouldn't it have to be a very, very valuable thing to mine something and transport huge amounts back to Earth?
Well, yeah. Think about it. If all the world's electricity switches over to fusion plants, then it would be the only abundant source of fuel.
Yeah.
Right. The moon would become the new Middle East.
Yeah. I see.
Well, who knows? Maybe they'd find a way to, make it. I mean, you could technically make it too. It might be feasible to make it in enough quantities to use it. So maybe we won't go to the moon, but who knows?
Well, wouldn't that be a perpetual motion machine in a way? If you could make something with less energy than it created when you burned it?
Well, no, as long as it would depend on what you're doing, right? If you're starting with something that already has a large amount of energy potential in it, and you're just adding a small amount, right? You could get more energy out of it than you put in, like, because you're not responsible for putting all the energy into it.
Yeah, I guess. Okay. So a large chunk of the quote unquote energy is the stored energy is in the material that you're bringing in.
Yeah, we would be talking
Okay.
like turning H2 into H3.
Okay. I'm not.
I know that's possible, and I know that's been done, but I don't know what the logistics of doing it on a large scale would be.
Cool. How does do you have to go?
Oh no. Go ahead.
How I've heard that someone has designed a concept to have a space ladder where you have in essence, an elevator up into space, and whatever it is orbiting, and there's a shaft that goes from the ground up. Have you heard of this?
Yeah. The thing is, given the materials we have and the gravity of Earth, it's not doable, right? But there is other ideas where you would have like a rotating station in low orbit, where you would send a ship up with a small amount of fuel, and it would pick up momentum from this. It would like attach to a long cord on the space station, and it would pick up momentum it would take momentum away from the space station and then shoot it off real fast. And then as ships came in, it would slow ships down, gaining the momentum back, and then they would go to Earth. And then they have plans, ideas, not really plans. They have ideas to where they could attach those things to like Phobos and Deimos around Mars and take away and add to rotating momentum to those and do the same thing. You could, in theory, make like a system of those throughout the solar system.
So it's a satellite in low Earth orbit that a ship zooms up there. They catch it with a lasso. They whip it around the satellite 3 or 4 times to build up speed, and they let it go.
Yep, like a sling. I mean, they probably wouldn't use a lasso, right? But they would connect somehow.
Lasso's a dying. That's all those cowboys that wouldn't need jobs. So the space elevator is just never going to happen. It's just total fantasy.
Well, no, I mean it's technically possible. It's just we don't have the material strong enough to build it. Right, there could be material strong enough to build it. We're just not there yet. Although I think it's much more likely to get the slingshots than it is the elevator, like just overall.
At what point? How high up do you get before you get into space, where you start to feel weightlessness?
Oh, I mean, you could feel weightlessness while still in the atmosphere.
Okay.
I mean, the weightlessness comes from falling, right? The people in orbit around Earth are technically falling. Right. It's just their sideways movement in comparison to the Earth is high enough that they just fall in a circle. Right. And you can theoretically do that at any point above the ground. It takes a lot of energy to do it in the atmosphere. And you might cook yourself.
That guy, it was like a Red Bull sponsored thing where he went up in some sort of balloon and jumped out of space, and it was the longest free fall parachute.
Yeah.
How high was he up there?
Oh, I would have to look that up. I mean, he wasn't in space yet. Like a balloon won't get you to space. Balloons work on density, right? And even if your balloon has like the most diffuse possible and lightest compound or gas in it, the best you can hope for, the absolute best, would be to reach the edge of the atmosphere, but not even quite that, because you're carrying weight besides the gas, right?
I see.
But no, he was pretty high, right? Comparatively, like he's well above planes.
So I've asked a lot of space questions. What's the most interesting thing to you? What's the hardest? What questions do you have about space? Not that I can answer them. I'm just wondering, since you seem to know a lot about it.
I mean, just specifically about space, I guess fast radio bursts are like the big mystery. But
yeah,
like,
what do you think that is?
I think it's likely just like quasars and pulsars, right? I mean, we've seen similar things, But really, like scientifically speaking, I have been watching what's called like the X17 particle.
What's that?
It's a new hypothetical subatomic particle that there has been a very slow building of experimental data for, and in order for it to exist, there has to be a new fundamental law. So everyone, if you're interested in science things, you should look up X17 particle. You'll find videos going back from like 2016 is when the first paper was done. So I'm sure there's videos. I've only been reading articles, but I'm sure there's videos out there on it. And I'm sure all the videos are highly skeptical, right? You're talking about changing the standard model.
I still don't understand what X17 particle is.
It's just a placeholder name, right?
For something
And,
that we've not yet discovered.
No, I mean, experimental scientists have said they discovered it, right? But it's still in that stage to where you're waiting on like peer review and like people to reproduce your results and stuff, and there hasn't been that many people working on it.
So somebody found something that a physical item that we'd never found before, and it would be a new.
Well, evidence of a physical item, because particles are really small.
Okay.
It's not like they grabbed a hold of a particle with a pair of tweezers and looked at it.
Oh, they don't have a handful of this particle stuff.
Nah. And to Grumpy Badger, I don't think they're calling it the gravitron. Although, I'd have to look again here. I think they're saying it would explain. I think it would explain the level of antimatter that we see. I think it explains a few things if it's real.
So I know I'm assuming you've heard of the WOW signal.
Yeah.
How different? And I've heard that now they're thinking that might have been some sort of man-made pollution that caused it, radio wave pollution. But how different is that signal from these fast radio bursts? Is it just the fast radio bursts are so infinitesimally small compared to the WOW signal?
No, I mean the WOW signal was the fast radio bursts have no apparent like rhyme or reason to them, right? They're just a strong signal. A couple of them repeat, and they're like there's no hint that it was organized, right? It just seems natural. But the WOW signal seemed organized. It just never repeated. Right? It didn't seem like the type. It didn't seem like the type of signal you would get from a star, right, or an explosion or anything like. That's why I'm sure you've seen the picture where the guy circled it and he's wrote "wow" next to it.
Right.
Because it's literally the specific thing that you would be looking for when you're looking for aliens. It's still technically possible that it was a natural occurrence. It's just the rarity of that being a natural occurrence is the likelihood of that being a natural occurrence is actually like low in compared to a bunch of other things.
So I've seen it, the picture you describe, and it's got, I don't know, 7 or 8 characters, numbers and letters. Is that so? does that mean that how can I describe? Is each one of those letters or characters some sort of sound? Was that the whole message?
It's not really a sound because that, if I remember right, it was a radio telescope or radio telescope array. It's just a measurement of frequency.
Okay, is it? But if
you could play it into a speaker, right? But
right,
it's not like it's not like you play that little strip and you hear like people chattering. It's not like that. There's just
a tone, a different tone for each one of those. Yeah. And is it just? It has to be really short then. Each one of, or I don't know how long was the WoW signal duration.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard anyone say exactly how long it was. I don't think it was really long. And but if I remember correctly, there were other what they think were parts of it, but they were separated. Right. So I think there was the WoW signal, if I remember correctly, and then there was a couple other places along the same oh yeah, that's the other. It was within the range of radiation that we would also suspect people to communicate in, because there's limited background noise in that spectrum, but that's the side thing. There were other sections, smaller sections that they think are part of it, but that doesn't usually get talked about, and they're even shorter.
I've never heard that. This is the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, but like, I mean, the whole thing took what, I don't know, like to a minute or less, right? There isn't much to it.
Yeah.
It would have been really cool if it repeated. Or at least the source of the signal repeated, right? If it is a difference that repeated, then you would have a bunch of people saying, okay, probably aliens.
All right, and haven't they constantly have been looking from where that signal came from for something else? They never see it, hear it.
I mean, I didn't catch all of what you said. Could you repeat?
Haven't they been looking in that same part of space since the WoW signal to see if they can find anything else? And up to this point, they've found nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, I think SETI keeps an eye on it. Yeah, I don't think anyone's seen anything like it. Well, really from anywhere.
Yeah, I just the odds of A, life being somewhere out there, B, that life has some sort of communication that we could interpret, that they have some sort of technology that transmits this communication outward, and that it somehow crosses paths with us at this time. I think it's such a tiny chance, but maybe
this depends on the amount of energy. Let's just say there is aliens, right? Just for a second.
Yeah.
It depends on the amount of energy they have, mainly. Because if you were trying to just make contact with any life, you would broadcast in a sphere, right? You wouldn't do a tight beam. Right. So you would broadcast this giant sphere of signal, and the more energy you have, the longer you can keep it going. Right. So if they didn't have a whole lot of energy, they could maybe only do it once. Right, and have it be like practical. But if they somehow have a lot of energy, then they could like continuously do it. So it just depends on what kind of energy they have at their disposal.
Okay, but bear with. So we've got is it 14.8 billion years or 13.8 billion years that the universe has been here?
I mean, roughly,
Yeah.
the number changes ever so
Okay.
slightly every once in a while.
All right, well, I'm just going to say 14 for ease of conversation. So 14 billion years of age, and 90 billion years across. Just the intersection of that with us today getting a signal, I think, is because maybe I'm not thinking of this in the right way, but my understanding is like radio signal. So the big old Earth we got here, and the first radio signals were out of Germany when they were broadcasting the some speech Hitler did, right? So that little message is shooting out into space, but every second it moves outward, it breaks up. It breaks apart isn't the right word. It expands.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And it gets weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker.
Well, it doesn't just get weaker. It the individual, like, because when it's broadcasted, you think of it like a shell of like a wave, right? You're making a bunch of radio waves in a shell around the broadcasting station, and as that shell gets bigger, those those individual sections of wave get farther and farther apart. So, I mean, if there are planets nearby, relatively speaking, that if they had life on them, they might not have actually seen that broadcast because the radio waves went on either side of them and just didn't hit their planet. Right? That's why you need a really powerful broadcast signal, right? And you would need to broadcast for a long time. So, I don't have you ever seen someone like shine a flashlight at you from like a really, really long ways away, or maybe just like a beam of light that's sort of shot near you from really long ways away?
Yeah, it's just a little point of light.
Oh, do you notice that it flickers?
I haven't, but I will next time.
Yeah, it flickers because you don't have a constant stream of photons hitting your eye. Even though it's shooting out a constant stream of photons, you're far enough away and the light's diffused enough that you just occasionally get photons. It's the same reason why stars flicker, right? You don't have a constant stream of photons.
Okay.
So the idea is your broadcast signal could be weak enough, even if it's technically out really far, that there wouldn't be anything to pick up at your location. All of the wave would have missed you.
Does the wave ever just stop being?
When it hits something, it gets absorbed. Other than that, no, it just goes on forever.
But it stretches out.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to the point where the I mean, like the how do I put it? I mean, you've seen static on old televisions, right?
Right.
Right. That's a very small portion of that static could be alien broadcast, but it could be alien broadcast. It's just we're getting so little of it that it just looks like static. Right. And then there's a chance we're not getting anything, even if it's being broadcasted, because it's just too far away or too weak.
Or it's in a technology we haven't yet or might never develop or understand.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it isn't even radio waves, right? Maybe it isn't even light waves. Maybe it's something else we're just totally unaware of.
Right. And even if we do capture it, we might not even understand whatever we're capturing as a language.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we would know kind of in general what we would have got, because there are things that are typical of the universe, right? When we look out into the universe, and there are things that are, while technically possible for it to be produced naturally, the odds are extremely low of it being produced naturally. And if it repeated, right, if you got something that would be caused naturally and very rarely, and it repeated over and over and over and over again, even if we didn't know, like say it is a message, right? Even if we didn't know what it was saying, we would know it was a message. I mean, that's the reason why people are looking, right? There is a way for us to know if it is. We just might not be able to tell what they're saying.
Okay. I'm gonna have to. Yeah. What I think is interesting is, so if you look at our planet and all the different types of life, plant, insect, animal, et cetera, there's only us that can, possibly interact with another planet. And, right. So there's probably, if there is life out there, I would assume chances are that it's life that doesn't have the ability to interact. Like if you took us off of this planet, it would be teeming with life. Yet the lions aren't getting together and creating, a radio antenna.
Oh yeah. Or you're kind of talking about what they call great filters. So there's all these improbable steps to get to intelligent life, right? And then there's all these improbable steps that intelligent life develops technology and it goes out into space and sends signals and stuff like that. I mean, it seems like to get to us, you have to pass through a bunch of these.
Yeah.
Right. 'Cause everything has to be it's set up, within a certain margin of error, right? It has to be set up to where it benefits something to have a really power hungry brain. Because in most circumstances, it isn't a benefit until after you already have it.
Can you elaborate on what those two sentences, please?
Oh, okay. So, your brain uses a very large amount of calories,
Right.
and in a natural world without all the technology we have, getting calories isn't necessarily easy. Right? So if you have enough intelligence to get your food, right, and avoid being eaten long enough to have babies, having a bigger brain is a detriment to continue to have babies. So there needs to be an environment to where the brain becomes an advantage. The larger brain becomes an advantage, right? So, baby, you need to be able to learn more to get food, right? Baby, the predators are maybe the environment's better for predators than normal, so you need the better brain to avoid predators, and then it can cascade from there, right? But that doesn't seem to exist in most places on Earth. Right? It seems fine to just have a smaller brain, and that seems to let you get food and avoid being.
Got it.
Like we evolved, as far as we know, in a very specific circumstance, right? We went from tree dwelling apes to basically prairie and brushland, right? Savanna, which required us to then sneak around more, involve the ability to stand up to spot predators. Food was less abundant for creatures like us, like because we weren't ruminids, right? We weren't like deer or antelope or something. We can't just eat grass.
We can only smoke it.
Yeah, we could always smoke grass.
But I'm sorry. I hadn't had a dad joke in 30 minutes, so I need to
That's fine.
get my juices flowing.
Yeah.
So so if there is a set of circumstances that got us here, I wonder what ones would have been different to where we would be even more advanced. I mean, that's got to be possible, right?
Yeah. It's
It
just
can't be the best thing ever.
I mean, as far as once you get let's say you get as smart as us, right? Or maybe you get almost as smart as us. It's feasibly possible that you develop the technology to just make yourself smarter. Right. As far as evolving it goes naturally, I think that would be a really tough thing. Because you're talking about a relatively narrow sort of set of circumstances that would reward having a bigger brain. And there really isn't much room to make in that set of circumstances to make the brain grow faster. Yeah, theoretically, there could have been a species that got smarter than us inside those set of circumstances, and then they've developed a way to make themselves even smarter, and then they're just ridiculously smarter than us.
Yeah. How can I say this? So isn't let's just assume a whale has a brain. The whale brain would be the same size proportionally in the whale as our brain is to us. And he was, and they had immensely more computing power. Yet they're stuck in an environment, water. They can't escape free easily. And they don't have opposable thumbs, They can't be down at the bottom of the ocean building. Isn't it possible you could have I mean, I'm sure everything's possible, right? But is the fact that we are what we are a whole shit ton of luck, but also just the environment we're in, and I don't know what I'm saying.
I mean, it's technically possible, right? It's just extremely unlikely. Like, even if we went to another planet that had life, we would not suspect a creature that lived in the ocean without the ability to manipulate things with like digits or limbs or something to have a big brain, comparatively.
And explain why. Just because they don't need it?
Yeah, just because it wouldn't be an advantage, right? It would be a detriment, right? Because you would just need to consume more food without the need, without the brain giving you an advantage to consume more food, right? It's basically like playing life with a ball and chain attached to your leg.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
But I mean, it could be there, right? I mean, mutations happen that aren't beneficial, that don't necessarily cause a species to go extinct. It would just be extremely unlikely circumstance.
Do you think that any planet that has life, that there is some percentage chance that it would somehow mimic the Earth, not in specifics, but that you would have the full spectrum from what is the lowest form of life? Amoeba, or I don't know, whatever the lowest form is, all the way up to us. That range of capabilities. Do you think that what I'm trying to say is, if you're going to have life, is it going to go that whole spectrum always? It just kind of evolves that way, that you're going to have the very smallest or the very stupidest to the very smartest?
Well, if you want to, if you want to give it the time and the conditions in which that just are hazardous but not too hazardous, right? You will always you should see life getting more complex, right? And the longer it's been there, and the better the environment is for that, there isn't a reason why you wouldn't get intelligent creatures like us eventually. They might not look like us, but they would be like comparable.
Right. And do you think it's presumptuous of us to think that let's say there's another version of us somewhere? It's presumptuous to think that they would be looking for life in the universe, or that they would want to. Maybe they'd gotten to the point where they had, whatever reason, they'd come to think, shit, it's probably just best if we don't go looking for it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we have that debate now. Like, should we actually be looking for it? Should we actually be broadcasting things? Right. So I would say it is kind of presumptuous, but as far as I'm aware, there aren't any exo psychologists, right? So I don't know. It's presumptuous because we would have no clue whether they would want to or not.
Yeah, but I'm just, part of me is just thinking that the distance and the time and the different possible options make it near impossible that someday we're going to be sitting in a Radio Shack and a message is going to come through that says, hey, guess who we are? We're the, Xenu from planets XYZ. It seems to me that, we've been, well, two sentences, I'll let you respond. Like, we've been here 200,000 years, yet the planet's been here 6 billion. So, we've only been here a tiny little, and of that 200,000 years, only really about 100 years we've had some sort of pulled our head out of our ass and got some sort of technology around us. Who's to say that in another 200,000 years we wouldn't be extinct, kill ourselves, fucking asteroid slams into us, some sort of virus that kills who knows?
Yeah, that's another one of the great filters, right, that's been proposed.
Right. So,
a lot of intelligent life might be just intelligent enough to get itself into trouble.
Like a teenage boy with a bunch of money.
Yeah, right. And it's just, I would say, given if we're around, let's just say we exist for millions of years in one form or another, right? That's intelligent. I think the least likely part of your scenario is that there would be a radio show. Well, put it that way.
Yeah, no, But so are you saying then that if we are here for 2 million years or however long, our first contact, you think it'd be what? If not for some sort of radio transmission of, microwave, light, whatever. But
so here's the thing. It seems like the way that, like, all the way from the basics, like from the micro to the macro, right? The universe appears set up to create life, for life to just happen. So if we were here for millions of years, sending out signals and looking for signals, it would be extremely weird for there to be no one else.
Or no other life found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. It would even be kind of weird to not find intelligent life on that scale. Right. Baby. Obviously, we wouldn't be getting radio signals from bacteria, right, on the other side of the galaxy. But it would be extremely weird, even on that scale, I think, to not get someone that could answer back.
Yeah.
So like the odds, I mean, as far as we can tell from how the universe works, the odds are that there is intelligent life besides us. It's just a matter of finding all the variables and deciding how often that happens.
Has anyone tried to figure out, and I'm sorry if this is a little bit of covering ground again, but has anyone, so again, back to Earth, we're the only part of the equation here that's building radio waves. Is there any, like the chance of an Earth without humans somewhere else is probably a lot greater than the chance of an Earth with humans? And by that, I just simply mean the scale and expanse of life. And when I say human, I just mean intelligent life. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, just because you would need a compounding series of unlikely events, right, to get intelligent life. So you would be much more likely to find an Earth-like planet with creatures on it than you would to find a planet with creatures and intelligence.
Like, what if a badger was the smartest thing on that other new planet? Badger planet.
Oh, I mean, are they just intelligent as a badger, or are they as intelligent as us?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if they're just as intelligent as a badger, I would say that we have a new hope. There's no one that can stop us.
Earth point 2. We're here, bitches.
Oh, what was that? What was that animated show from the 90s? Titan. It was a Titan AE. They found a second Earth and they called it Planet Bob.
I'm not aware of the show, but it sounds interesting. Was it a comedy?
It was sort of like a kid's action adventure, right? It was a sci-fi, but it was an action adventure. I don't think it made a lot of money because of how it was marketed, but I think it was actually pretty good.
I'm just disappointed earlier when I said, if there's a planet, Earth has got us, life up to us being the smartest, that why can't there be a planet with something even smarter than us? And you're saying that the processes probably would dictate that wouldn't be needed.
As far as it naturally evolving, right? Like I said, if it got to something similar to us, they could develop technology that would then make them smarter. Right? It's not like it would be extra unlikely that you could find smarter things than us. It just, I don't think you would find that extra intelligence would be natural. Right? I can't. It might just be my lack of imagination, right? But I can't think of circumstances that would require a creature to evolve more than us naturally. Right? If the circumstances were just so much worse to the point that you would need more intelligence, I don't think you would actually have the time to evolve. Right? I think your species would just die out.
Yeah, obviously I don't know. I guess I just want to have this big, beautiful imagination where everything is possible, even stuff I can't even imagine in my wildest dreams. Because if you just look at the life on our planet, it's just amazing. Just the variety. It's just, I mean, I'm assuming, I don't know, maybe there's more variety other places, but from the creatures in the sea to the land and the plants and everything, it's just huge. And this is the second iteration, right? Wasn't the dinosaur kind of the first shot at this?
Oh, we've had a bunch of mass extinctions, not just the dinosaurs. I don't even think the dinosaurs were the biggest mass extinction.
Well, here's some new territory for me. So, has a mass extinction happened since the dinosaurs?
I mean, I know people sort of try to jest around that we're kind of in the middle of one right now. I'd have to look it up.
Besides the flood.
Yeah, because I haven't really watched or read much about like geological history. I could Google it here real quick though.
Well, then okay. So they're saying that before, so then we rewind back to the dinosaurs. So before the dinosaurs showed up, there was some other mass extinction of some other creature?
Oh, I mean, you know, mass extinctions really aren't about just one creature. We just say the dinosaur extinction because that was like the most prominent thing in our heads about it. Right. Let's see. Oh, I can't even pronounce that word. Let's see. There's been there's been 3 major ones before the dinosaurs.
So was it the same? Okay, so mass extinction in my mind has always been everything's gone and new stuff shows up, i.e., dinosaurs are all gone and all of us new things.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I need to correct myself. I think there's been 4 because there was one at the end of the Jurassic too.
But these are just different dinosaurs that got the axe?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on what is exactly a dinosaur and isn't. Right, I get that they're a big lizard that's more like birds technically than lizards, but I know they stretch out. I don't know where the exact cutoff point is.
So my understanding is that over the past couple 100,000 years, there have been a whole range of very large animals on Earth that have become extinct. And some train of thought is that they were just the best target for the humans to hunt. Is that when you say mass extinction, is that kind of what you're talking about? Like the giant sloth, and there's all these giant versions of animals that we know now that were killed off.
Yeah, so you're talking about like the more recent one.
Yeah.
Usually when they say mass extinction, they're referring to a global thing.
Right.
Right. So that it's not usually called a mass extinction, but I forget what it's called. But I mean, it pertained mostly to megafauna, which I think is I think it's creatures that are like above 100 kilograms, or is it 100 pounds or something? So someone else would need to look that up. But most of that was in like the American continents, right? We saw some of it in other places, but it was mainly just on one side of the planet, not the whole planet. And it was really only the really bigger animals. Which means something happened that disrupted the food supply, basically. But it wasn't so disrupted that like everything.
Well, the theory I heard was that it was due to the man getting over to those continents and starting to hunt, and it was more profitable for them to kill the biggest animals.
That's one of the theories. The big argument I've heard against that being the only cause, right, or being the specific cause, is that we existed at that point everywhere, more or less everywhere on the planet, and there were lots of places where large animals didn't go extinct.
Okay.
So if we are the determining factor, it's weird that it only happened in a part of the planet.
So back to this mass extinction. Maybe I'm so. From what I hear you saying, there's been 4 of them or 3 of them. One of them being
there's been more than 3. It's just what happened before the dinosaurs is what I was talking about. Yeah, there's been like 5 or 6 of them altogether, I think.
Before the dinosaurs.
No, overall.
What happened between the dinosaurs and now?
Well, that's the thing. I think the dinosaurs, the end of the Cretaceous, I think, is the newest one.
And was that where the dinosaurs got nuked by the?
That's the. I know that's for a fact. That's the end of the dinosaurs. Or, yeah, obviously some of them survived because they evolved into things like owls and eagles and chickens, right? But pretty much that's what we consider like the end of the dinosaur era is the Cretaceous.
And how do we know that what were the creatures that existed before the dinosaurs? Just some other version of a dinosaur?
Well, I mean, dinosaurs and dinosaur-like things go back quite a ways, past the Jurassic. And but the farther back you go, as far as land animals go, basically the simpler lizards you have, right? You have reptiles and amphibians, and they get progressively simpler and simpler until they go into the ocean and they become like fish, and then they turn into, well, you have an abundance of different things in the ocean, but you know what I mean. They get simpler going back, and eventually nothing's on the land, everything's in the water.
I see.
Life gets more diverse the longer it's around in general. Diverse and complex.
And of course, it has a time frame.
Yeah.
Right.
Millions
like
of
our
years.
sun. Right.
And when I'd have to look it up again, but like when they say mass extinction, I said it's globally. We're talking like on the orders of like 70% of the species on the earth and up die off.
Okay.
Right. Not just like a handful of species. We mean like I think one of them, I think like the earliest one was like in the 90% range. I think there is one that's like up in the 90% range or like really close to it. So we're talking like almost all of them.
Okay. So can I change topics a little bit? Here's something I don't understand. The Big Bang to where we are today. So the Big Bang happened 14 billion years ago. Earth is 6 billion years old. Was our sun created in the Big Bang? Or
no.
Okay, so
I don't think we think so anyway.
Okay. So 14 billion years ago, bang, everything happens. And from 14 to is the sun 6 billion years old?
Oh, I mean the sun's older. As far as it being a star, it's been a star longer than the Earth has been. I know I've heard estimates of how old the sun is, but I don't remember them.
Okay. So when they say the Earth formed 6 billion years ago, are we saying that prior to 6 billion years ago, like 6 to 7 or whatever, this was just a bunch of shit floating around in space, and it, more of it got together in gravity, and voila, planets. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, we're referencing a loose time period in which it would have all went from dust and debris to something that you would identify as a planet.
Right. Okay. And so 6 billion years ago to when were the what's the oldest creature they think they've found?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
1,000,000 years?
was it the or I'm going to be totally mispronouncing this. Is the or that I can't even pronounce the name. I have the image of the word in my head, but like the first mass extinction was 444 million years ago. So, we're talking on the time scale of like 500 million years, I'm guessing.
Okay.
It could be more or less than that, but that's just a guess off the limited knowledge I have.
So, what science is saying is that from the day that our planet formed, our birthday, 4.5 billion years it took for life to pop up out of the muck.
Well, yeah,
But then the
there's
last 500 million, we've had multiple different versions of life over and over and over, thousands of different varieties, through a bunch of mass extinction.
the thing is, like, when you're talking about using like fossils, right? When you're talking about more complex life, right? So we suspect there is a large period of time in between we start getting fossils and when life would have started, because you would have this long period of slowly getting more complex of single-celled organisms, right? And we don't know how long that would take, because you're talking about starting. You're talking about abiogenesis, super simple cells that are little more than just chemistry, right? That's like what just makes them happen, right? Just fundamental chemistry, up until you get something that can actually like move around and do stuff, and then you get multicellular life, and then you eventually get something that would leave a fossil. But yeah, I mean, I mean, as far as I'm aware, we would suspect a very long period of time between the Earth being a planet and any kind of life existing.
It just seems to be a little bit out of whack to me, but maybe I'm not figuring in how. I guess every process is slow at the start, but if the past 500 million years we've had 5 different versions of life and just the amazing things, who's to say that there wasn't? So, I mean, doesn't the Earth's crust rotate around and pretty much turn into magma after so long?
Well, yeah, but you're talking about Earth now, right? Earth
Yes,
has
I
been a
am.
planet. Earth has been a planet for a very long time. It didn't always have plates, right? It didn't always have oceans, right? It didn't always have a magnetic field, right? So there wouldn't necessarily be a place on the Earth where life could even start. Right? It would just be baked with heat and radiation. You would need protection from radiation. So at minimum, that's water. But in order to have water, you have to have some kind of magnetic field, some type of protection for the water itself. You need the environment to build in a particular way before you can even think about having the chemistry necessary to create life.
Okay.
But it's hard to gather evidence from a time before geology as we know it. Right? It's hard to gather evidence for life before there'd be fossils.
Yeah.
You're sort of making theories off fundamental principles at that point. It would have been really handy to have someone around with a camera. We're just not that lucky.
Some, time-lapse photography would just be awesome right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. What were we gonna say?
I was just laughing at a 6 billion year long time lapse photo or video.
You'd have to go more than double speed. That's again why I just think that the universe is 14 billion years old. Like, there's if life truly is, let's just say we find in our little neck of the woods that life of some sort was on Mars and life of some sort was or is on one of these ocean planets, that would lead you to believe that life is pretty prevalent. And if that being the case, over that amount of time, 14 billion years, there's had to have been just a whole bunch of stuff going on. You know, it makes that Star Wars story almost, I mean, I know it's a story, but, you know, in a galaxy far, far away, long, long ago type thing.
Well, it makes it seem possible.
Yeah.
And depending on how exactly you want to adjust the knobs, right, it makes it seem likely. Or something similar. But I mean, we see amino acids in space, right? There's just last week or a couple weeks ago, they found a complete protein inside a meteorite, right? So it seems like any place, if we're assuming that most of space is like this, where there's just amino acids and proteins hanging around. Well, anywhere that there's like planets and stuff, right? There's debris. It seems like more or less as soon as an environment is capable of producing life, it will probably produce life, right? Because the stuff for it is just everywhere.
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I interrupt.
Oh no, I was going to say, and it seems like chemistry naturally causes it to happen.
Yeah.
Right.
So the fundamentalist religious folks, do they have a stance on if there's life outside of Earth?
I mean, I know the Catholic Church. I don't know if they have the Catholic Church has a stance that if there is alien life, it doesn't change anything, and they would be more than happy to go convert people or aliens. But I don't know if
greedy bastards.
Right, they're ready. They're grifters. They're on it. I don't know if any other religion has like made a similar position. Or has a similar.
I just wonder if, you know, let's say the little Mars rover unearths a skeleton of something that was clearly an animal, you know, from a billion years ago, what that would do to the religious folks, if it would change any of the doctrines or if it would have any impact at all. Or if you know, they go to one of those water planets and they grind down into the water and there's little fishies swimming around.
Yeah, I would say at first some of them, it would have an impact on some of them. But I think like most things, it would just be worked into, like there would be some sort of apologetic for it, right? You know, I mean, just off the top of my head, I could see a lot of them going, well, yeah, but the Bible really only covers creation of life on Earth. Right? It doesn't say that there isn't life other places. It just talks about us. Yeah. Right? I mean, so it seems, I don't know if compatible is the right word, but it doesn't seem exclusive.
Right. And, you know, I guess it's probably a silly question on my behalf because they would just do what they do every single time science discovers something that they used to think was magic. It doesn't change. The train keeps rolling. The religion train isn't going to slow down for any new facts, you know. There's a God out there. He created all this. Wasn't he smart? This is just more proof that he was a genius.
Oh, and yeah, people have been sitting here sending me messages while I'm talking to you. I want to say, I guess
tell him to shut up. Tell him to shut up. So there's.
Oh no, there is a good
Sorry.
correction. I must have said law when I was talking about the X-17 particle, and I should have said force. A new fundamental force, not law.
A new fundamental force. What does that mean? Gravity is a force?
Yeah, so you have the weak and strong nuclear force, you have the electromagnetic force, and you have gravity. Those are the 4 ones that we know about.
Could you repeat the 4 again, please?
Strong and weak nuclear forces.
Strong and weak nuclear forces. Okay.
Yeah, they're what hold like atoms together and stuff.
Okay, so that's 1.
Yeah, there's the electromagnetic force.
Okay, that's 2.
No, the weak and strong are 2. There's a weak force.
Apologies. Okay, now we're up to 3.
Yeah, there's the magnetic that's 3, and then gravity is the 4th.
I see. And this, so how do they find a new law? Like, what does it do?
Oh, I mean, force, right? You would,
sorry,
you would find. I mean, if you're talking about not just a theoretical finding where it comes out in the math, you would have to find a carrier particle, I think.
Oh, this is just way beyond me.
Right. So there's a field that when it's vibrated in such a way, it creates what we see as a particle. And they carry the response. It's responsible for the force acting on something. As far as I know, that's the only way to discover a new one. I mean, that's why it's the X-17 particle, right? They discovered a particle, and then they're saying it's related to a force.
Interesting. Okay, well, I have to get going.
Yeah,
My
we can only
want some. Yeah.
I was about to say, we can only keep this going so long. No one else wanted to come in.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to.
You're more than happy to send me messages while I'm talking to you.
Well, I appreciate your time, sir. Again, you've been very generous and very informative. Thank you very much.
Okay, you should, if you're interested in that stuff, you should like actually dig into it, because like the stuff I'm telling you is just backlog of documentaries that I've watched. Right? I'm an economist, not a geologist or an astrophysicist.
No, you sound like you know what you're talking about to me.
Yeah, well, I have confidence. Just be careful with that.
Well, I might see you later tonight. I don't know. You're on the east. You're in Washington, right?
No, that's Jello. I'm in Illinois. I'm in like the Midwest.
Oh, I see. Very Big Ten country. Yeah. Super. Okay. Well, anyway, have a good evening.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
bow to the badger, or just appreciate a badger bomb. Thanks for watching. Hopefully, there'll be some more people in soon to continue the conversation on this or other topics.
I'm all alone again. The only way to get this to stop would be maybe like to torture people until they come in and spend some time with me. Because, you know, it's so lonely. The very thought of you, and I forget to do the little ordinary things that everyone ought to do. Yes! I can stop singing. I didn't want to go to the next verse.
I didn't want that either, so I thought I'd jump in.
Thank God.
I'm kidding. You have a beautiful voice. And I'm saying that comparatively, at least, because I have a horrible singing voice.
Oh, I actually was in choir from like 3 to 17 and into like plays and dramas and stuff like that. But like I've always been like a chorus person, never a soloist. Definitely not a soloist.
Well, yeah, it was Catholic school, so they would drag us to church every week and make us sing. And yeah, I did drama in high school. I really liked drama. But yeah, still no singing.
Did you ever, I mean, in drama, did you guys ever do any musicals? Like I was in Brigadoon. I was the sister that was getting married.
I did not. I tried out for, let's see, it was a Dracula, I think, once.
Oh, that's badass. Dracula would be amazing.
Yeah. But there's this one girl, I mean, you know, that girl who's just the lead and everything. So.
Oh, yeah, they always have that star. She's just like, I'm Judy Garland.
Yeah. So, yeah, I the one time I tried out, I lost out to her, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to do my little drama club shit. And we actually had drama classes, so I could actually take it as a course. And I was really, straight A's, of course, and that. I really didn't understand how you did not get an A in it, but yeah.
Claire, you were not good at acting, so you're B. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
No, yeah. I mean, there was
weird.
a lot of history, I guess. Even talking about like I guess Dionysus, who's the patron saint of thespians, or I hope I said that correctly.
Oh, I didn't know that. I know he does wine too, but I didn't know about the thespian part.
That's I was really surprised because like I heard about him like all through high school because he was the patron saint of actors. And then I get into the skeptic community and they're like, yeah, Dionysus, he's the one who really turned water into wine. Jesus is a poser. I'm like, oh wow. But yeah, that's how I first heard about Dionysus.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Good old Dionysus. The pleasure god. The god of
right?
The Epicureans. The Epicureans like them.
Interesting. Yeah, I never really got into that whole genre. Actually, when you came on, I was listening to Digital Hammurabi. He's
yeah, I like him. Dr. Josh.
Right. Dr. Josh, love him. Yeah, he's teaching people how to write something. I can't keep up. And I love hearing about like ancient myths, but like trying to keep together like who does what and like what, mythos or whatever they're in. It's I don't know. I'm sorry. Hey Hags, how's it going? He's not. No.
Sometimes Serb drops in while he's in work, so he might not be able to come to the mic right away.
No,
I didn't even hear my name.
Oh, sorry. How do you pronounce that for Cerberus or
Cerberus? Yeah.
Speaking of mythology, that's a mythology creature that guards Hades. It's a It's a 3-headed dog.
Oh wait, doesn't that have another name?
Yeah, in Greek it's Kerberos.
The 3-headed dog. Yeah. God, I can't even think right now. I'm sorry.
It's similar to the Harry Potter
No, I know it.
three-headed dog, even.
No,
which also-
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I just thought it had a different name. But I mean, yeah, neither here nor there. I totally believe you, because like I can't think of any other name. There's a
Yep.
lot of shit that kind of hangs out in Hades.
It's Cerberus's job to keep the people that belong in hell, and people that don't belong in hell out of hell.
I love it. That's your name. That is awesome.
Sounds like Serb.
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
do it.
He's really good
He's
at
a
what he does.
firefighter. Medic. Oh God. No, just oh my God.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep this one in hell.
We're not gonna talk about this anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
I have yet to throw someone into a fire,
No,
but
good for you.
I suppose if I run into an evil enough person, I might.
He's like, yeah, I didn't see him. I swear. No. I mean, I totally believe you, and because you have to say that.
Yeah, of course I have to say it, right? I guess I wouldn't tell you if I've actually done it. That would be stupid.
Sir,
would be.
I got a request from Jokers to do Weird Al Yankovic, so I'm gonna do that real quick.
Yeah.
As I walk through the valley where I harvest my grain, I take a look at my wife and realize she's very plain. There you go. That's as far as I'm gonna go.
Aw. But
That was
that's
a-
just perfect for an Amish like me. I shun fancy things like electricity.
Yes. Electricity.
I know the whole song. At 4:30 in the morning, I'm milking cows. Jebediah feeds the chickens and Jacob.
And Jacob plows.
Yeah, we don't need to do the whole thing, but yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
Joker's over here like clapping and jumping up and down.
Even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone. I love the names Ezekiel and Jebediah.
My favorite is I'm torn between the Yoda song and the Night Santa Went Crazy.
I know the Yoda song, but what is the Night Santa Went Crazy?
Well, in the song, basically he snaps and just starts killing everyone because he's done nothing but give presents to people, and basically no one does anything.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the guy's got to snap and start killing some people.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
And Joker's actually asking for a duet.
I don't know. What songs do we both know?
I have no idea.
All right, Sir, do you know Summer Lovin'?
No, I don't know the words. No.
Summer Lovin' happened so fast.
And that's about the extent of the lyrics I know.
You don't even know Willow, Willow, Willow. Tell me more, tell me more.
I mean, after you said it, yeah, but I wouldn't know where it even goes into the song.
Serb doesn't have any jazz hands. He can't do it.
I don't. My hands are
jazz
my,
hands.
my hands are too big and clumsy for jazz.
Oh goodness! Wait, are you at work?
No, I'm at home.
Okay, cool. An interesting talk earlier between you and Han. Was it Han? Yeah, it was Han.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Why didn't you protect me, Han?
I humorous.
That's a question I have. Why do people always want to talk to me about things that are outside of my wheelhouse?
What was the subject?
Mostly space. And
Yeah,
then
just
stuff.
everything about space.
Yeah.
He's like, I never went to school. Like, I never had a science class. Teach me about space.
So
You did
you
a great
decided to
job, by the
talk
way.
about space, even though you're like, I have no fucking idea what space
Well, I mean, I know. I would say I know enough to teach a layman's things, right? But why? Like, why are you asking me? What I know is basically from documentaries and high school science, right?
No, you did a great job.
Let me tell you
Wanted to
about
say that.
space. So I'll tell you about space, Han. So if you travel to a planet and it's got water, it's possible that the gravity works different on that planet, and then you're like standing in shallow water going, this is fine. But really, you should watch out because the gravitational pull of that planet's totally different, and a giant tidal wave comes and kills you all.
Someone's been watching sci-fi movies.
Speckle's so delightful.
I'm sorry. That would be Inception. By the way. Or not Inception, I'm sorry.
No,
Interstellar.
Yeah.
Interstellar. Thank you. God, I was like, I saw that movie. I don't know what to think of that. I hear it's one of the better made science movies.
I loved it, but for psychological reasons and the idea of like, time and stuff like that and just kind of playing with it. But like people that are like really hardcore sticklers, like Lawrence Krauss, hated it.
Really?
Let's just put it this way. Lawrence Krauss, who's a dick, hated it. And
Listen.
Neil deGrasse Tyson liked it.
I was just about to say that. I saw Neil deGrasse Tyson's critique on it, and he was actually, he said for a science movie, he was probably the most impressed with it. And I was like, wow, that's pretty much a ringing endorsement, really.
Yeah, I mean, movies like that would get the attention of people. Get the attention of scientists because they're claimed to be more scientifically accurate, so they're more harsh on it. But in reality, what it is, it's just more accurate than most movies.
Yes. I mean, movies have a lot of limitations to them too. So, and in the midst of all this, you still have to entertain. But I don't know. Intriguing. I didn't like. Was he he went into the black hole and then he got? What the hell was that? What that he got pulled into? Was that the singularity or where the fuck was he supposed to be?
It was like a tesseract.
Okay, yeah, that was a horrible tesseract. I'm just saying.
No, it wasn't like a tesseract. It literally was a tesseract.
Yeah, yeah. It's just I don't think tesseracts are supposed to be inside black holes. So I wasn't really sure if it was literally a tesseract.
I have a problem when he goes to the black hole, and it's not that he goes into a tesseract, and tesseracts are supposed to be put in black holes, because I don't know what's in a black hole. But like what I think we have realized is that there's potential that things are just going to be crushed as soon as they get into the event horizon. Like, how is he surviving that? Like his ship just completely just goes away, and he's just like, ta-da!
Yeah. No, that was beautiful. No, there's two theories of what will happen to you if you enter a black hole, and you either die fast or very fast. So some people are like, well, all that star shit is just kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say floating around, but it's like in there. So you just like hit a firewall. Other people are saying like, you do the spaghettification thing, and like just as you make it to the singularity, and we don't really know what happens once you hit the singularity because kind of impossible for us right now. But yeah, so for him to like actually just float along inside the black hole, into a tesseract, which I don't know, that's kind of mad. Like that's actually where he was.
We should get some people that are like dying of like some mortal illness or really old and be like, do you volunteer to get shot into a black hole? We just want to see what happens.
Okay, so, I mean, this is me talking out of my wheelhouse again, but I do know that once you cross the event horizon, space and time flip.
Yeah.
So I kind of get why they went with the Tesseract thing, right? So you go into the black hole, you can no longer pick the direction you're going, but you can pick the time you're going. Which I kind of get it.
Mhm.
That's not, that's not really how spaghettification works.
I mean, I guess it could happen. It's like so hard to finish that sentence. Like, we don't know. Nobody's ever done it. Sure. I still don't think it can happen. I don't know, but it's a thing.
If you really want a more scientifically accurate show, well, I forget the name of the show, but it's based off Leviathan Awakes. Oh, The Expanse. The Expanse.
Oh, is that the name of the show?
That's the name of the show, yeah.
And is that like an old show, or is it something that's like ongoing?
It's ongoing. It's been on for 3 or 4 seasons.
Oh, cool. And so what's it about, or what happens, or I don't. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's kind of about. I don't know how to explain it without spoiling it.
Oh man, yeah. People hate spoilers. I won't make you spoil it in case there's somebody out there. Like I don't know. I kind of need stuff to be spoiled to like buy into like watching it. Because like I don't know. I really don't watch like or read fiction. So if I'm going to do something, like you've really got to like, no, it's great. Here's why. Like Game of Thrones, I think was the last thing that I kind of got pulled into. I was hearing about it from everywhere, and I was bitching about hearing about it from everywhere. And then, of course, words come out of your mouth, and people have to do the whole like, oh my god, no, you totally have to watch this thing. And so yeah, I have HBO, so I just did the binge watching for probably 3 months because I came into it season 6. Well, at the end of season 6.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy with the whole show up until the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. I bought into it through 5 and 6, and I'm like, okay, I'm with you. And then 7 is really when I started questioning life. Like, man, like stuff used to make sense, right? And then season 8, I had to watch it. Like, I don't know. But it was horrible. Like every season, it's just like, I know I'm not gonna like this. I have to watch it. Speckles loved us.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, season 8 was horrible. I contemplated not watching the last 2 episodes, but like I was really deep in. Like there was like I don't know. It's like this group I followed on YouTube, and it's like I don't know. It's like a book fan, movie fan kind of group. They went live every Thursday, and just talked about like what's going on in the books, and based on the books, here's what we can expect from the ending. And I never read the books, but yeah, they were really mad after the last season. Oh, you know what else they got was all the spoilers. And that was interesting. So there's about there were like a million different scripts out there, and it was really funny because like everybody. So what I heard after the fact is like everybody who made Game of Thrones, like the Game of Thrones like YouTube channels, like everybody had it. Nobody actually like read it or like put any stock into it because they didn't think it was going to be like it was too silly to be real. Like nobody thought it was actually a script. I thought that was interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, even before I watched the seasons, I knew it wasn't going to be as good as it was before because you had more to do in a season than they did before.
Right.
Because stuff's building up. but the last 2 seasons got really short.
Mm-hmm.
They announced with like way fewer episodes than before, and I was like, well, okay, they're just going to fuck this up. It's like, oh, there's.
I was mad about season 7. I'm like, I think the first was it 5 seasons were like 13 episodes or something like that, and then you get to season 7 and they just cut it in half. It was like 7 or 8 episodes. And then so as we got closer to the final season, everybody's like, oh no, they're only going to do 6 or 7. And there's just so many loose ends. And I'm like, how do you do it in that few episodes? And then I got really anxious after the first 2 because I didn't understand why you couldn't do all that in half an episode. Because the episodes were longer. Instead of just being an hour, they were an hour and a half. And the first 2 episodes of season 8 were just all fluff. Like this condensed because we have a lot of shit to cover. And they're like, no, we're just going to completely ignore like half the shit. Like we're going to have loose ends like a motherfucker. And yeah, we're going to wrap it up badly. Okay, that is one way to go.
Oh, wasn't there a petition that HBO like responded to last year or something?
I don't think they responded to it.
To remake the last.
Yeah, I think it got 5 million. God, I believe it got 5 million signatures of people. Oh yeah, no, it makes sense. Okay, so I was thinking 15 million, but I'm like, no, that was viewers. So a third of the viewers were like, this is so fucking god awful. Like you have to remake it. It got a lot of attention. Like I saw it, I found out about it because like I watched the news a lot, and almost every what do you call it, paper or whatever was reporting on it. But I don't like the worst thing that happened was like whatever the writers like Dan and Dave were supposed to be doing, HBO fired them. They didn't link it to anything in particular, just like, we're going in a different direction. And then they, like the project they were working on, they just canceled it altogether. And so now there's supposed to be another one just dealing with like, I guess the Targaryens. I'm not really sure what's going on with that.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in them making that.
The backstories.
Yeah, like once I saw what the directors did with the part of the show that wasn't based on the novels,
right,
I am not interested in them pulling more shit out of their ass.
I'm just saying, right? I mean, this is the reason like I stopped watching TV. Like they just, I don't know. I should read the books because it's just so full of stuff. And just like and it's like the things that aren't stated that, are like, it just really fills it. And it's not just about a story. It's really about like, it's this immersion into this whole new world with all the nuances that come within it. And when it gets kind of relegated to just a show, like when you have to just put something on screen, there's just this very linear kind of 2-dimensional thing that happened. It's just kind of what I was talking about earlier. It's like, there's, things that have to be sacrificed when you're working with a TV show.
I would be really happy though if they remade the last like 2 seasons with Martin writing the script.
Yeah, right. With the fans, again, I haven't been in it for like any of this year. The fans were saying that they wanted to see like maybe an animated series so that you could do like fun stuff. Like the Golden Company was supposed to have elephants, and they were like, well, the CGI cost of all that is, a lot. And there were also supposed to be like ice spiders and they're trying to do, I guess, like an ice dragon when when the Night King turned well, I can't remember which dragon it was. You know, the one that died and he turned it and whatever. But apparently they're actual ice dragons and they're alive, not undead. And they do shit and stuff. So again, I've never read the books. The ice spider sounds terrifying. I would love to see that. I don't know. It's just a bunch of shit that you really can't see because, you know, TV and money. But like with an anime series, you don't have all those constraints. And it could be long as fuck. You could have it be 20 seasons if you want it. You know, you're just kind of, you know, it's just however much time and attention the writers and the audience have for it. And then, you know, there's just little things like Daenerys Targaryen was supposed to purple. Well, she had purple eyes in the books, and I guess they put those on the actress in the series, and they didn't like. And something about lack of emotion in the eyes with the contacts. So she just has brown eyes. But then there's also other people who are speculated to be like Targaryens, or at least from Valyria. And they're like, you know, hints could be like if you're watching the show, there's like things that aren't stated, like Varys, for instance. George R.R. Martin is really big about putting the color of people's eyes when he's describing them. And conspicuously absent is the color of Varys' eyes. And a lot of people are saying, oh, Varys must be a Targaryen, which would make sense. And there's this long thing that has to do with like king's blood and why it's important. And so I don't know if you've read the books or not, but like there's like this old like ancient god and like people that have quote unquote king's blood, being actual descendants of this old ancient god. And that's why king's blood is so important for spells and random bullshit. And Varys talked about like, you know, having his little boy bits chopped up and thrown into a flame and something speaking to him from the flame. And so if he were a Targaryen, it would have made sense that that spellcaster would have wanted him. And then if he's a Targaryen, it makes more sense, and that he's going to be a pivotal player later on. You know, so in the show they stopped after the 5th book. They went a little bit longer in season 5 than you see in the books, but like even where they stop there, it's already such a big departure from where they left off in the book.
Yeah. Well, we should change the subject because people are bored.
I'm bored.
Look, I'm still hurt. They ruined the show I like.
I really want like the next book to come out. Like that I'll read. That I will totally read. But because like it's just, I don't know. I need to wrap this up. So I'm not bitching because like I didn't like the way it ended. I don't really care if Daenerys goes mad or if Bran's the king. It just, goddamn, could you just make some sense? You know,
yeah,
like
it's not the story beat,
right?
Like, it's not. Yeah, it's just how they did it.
Right.
It's just
right. Like I don't care what you do. Just make some sense with it. Like anything you do in life, just can we get there in a non-bad way? You know.
Yeah, and if people don't know, I get almost physically injured when people ruin shows I like.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
or mess with them.
Right.
Like Firefly. I love Firefly and God, the Devil, and Bob, even though no one knows
I've heard
what
of
the
that.
fuck God, the Devil, and Bob is.
I've heard of that.
Really?
Is that a cartoon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah. It was awesome. It lasted one season, and they canceled it because a bunch of Bible people were protesting.
Oh God, no! I heard it was awesome. But yeah, Bible people like to bitch a lot. You know, their God. I don't know if their God is cool at all, but they're totally not. I remember like when I was a Christian thinking like, well, it can't be wrong to like make jokes or I mean not disparagingly about the deity, right? But like just joke about stuff. And
I
everybody
drink and
would
I
take
know
it
things.
Huh? What'd you say, Speckle?
I drink and I know things. They're telling me that I drink and chat, and I said I drink and I know things. Anyway, continue.
Sorry. No, I remember thinking that you know, if we were made in God's image and we have a sense of humor, then God must have a sense of humor because where else would we get it from? But I seem to be in a minority with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, just look around. This place is fucking hilarious.
This place is something else. What I really love, I don't know if you've been noticing it the whole week, are the likes. So I hate talking about trolls because like, you know, when I first started hearing about trolls, it's always like Steve McRae bitching about people who were had legit complaints, right? And it was like, oh, you're a troll. And I'm like, but are they? But like here, holy shit. So it's like if I don't know, if somebody wants to like it'll just be even, like right, no likes, no dislikes. Somebody comes down and puts the first like, well then 2 trolls have to hit the dislike, and then you know you get somebody else who's dislikes, and you know they'll forget about it for a minute. Like, oh no, we can't let that like button get higher than the dislike button, and now we got to phone a friend, and it's been like this all fucking week. And I mean, I find it hilarious. I probably shouldn't be saying anything because, like, it's engagement either way. But it, you know, I've never tried so hard to like fuck with someone or something. If I don't like something, I just walk away, right? It's been interesting that we've been doing this all fucking week.
As much as like I've shaken my fist at McRae and been like, fuck you, Uni too, blocking me, telling me I'm a contrarian. Like I honestly don't have the energy to go stare at their channel and go, I'm gonna go and dislike you just because.
Right. Like every day. You know?
I do have some hate watch like stuff, like love to hate watch Shani. I just do. Like, you know, like I'm not like I'm not I'm a little mean, but like I'm not as mean as I could be. Like I have a limit at how, you know, like obviously. But man, like she's just such a train wreck that I enjoy it. But I don't even go and dislike her things. Like
right.
Like it's just I don't have the energy to be like just so consistent. Like it's just wow.
No, I don't get it either. You know, it's like I watched.
Yeah, but you and I are employed. I don't think all these people are employed.
And there's that. No, I mean, because I watched like Jacqueline Glenn and Mr. Atheist and Rachel Oates, and I guess I don't know, troll watching, if that's what you want to call it, is like their full time. It just literally is their full time job. So that's one thing, right? But if I hate, I don't know, anybody at all that makes content, they just really piss me off. I don't know that I would have it in me to watch them every time they go live and then like start like DMing friends like, oh my god, they're talking about this now, like you have to, you know, come in, or somebody has to record it, and now we have to do this like hate video, and you know, still I don't know, like, it's so extra.
Dislike me, bitch.
Who, me?
Oh, I was doing a play of creep show, and I just said dislike me, bitch, instead of expose me, boomer.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Omarosa, you there?
I think
I'm
she's
at work.
working from home. So
No, I'm in the office, so I have to be quiet.
Okay, sorry. Let's say hi.
Hi.
All right. Everybody always comes in the chat and it's like, wait, you know, what's going on? Can't hear anything. Any topic ideas?
That's a
I know,
very,
this could be a
that's a
bad
dangerous
idea.
thing to ask me.
It really is. But you know, it's not like they're strong arming us. We could choose whatever we want. I'm really interested to see what, if anything, they say.
Oh yeah. So commenters, what would you like us to talk about?
Damn that delay.
I know, right? Yeah, and the delay, I don't know. I've seen it be anywhere from like 10 seconds to like 30, like over 30. So I never know what they're, I mean, they could just be completely ignoring us. Amorous Joker's asking, are you ever terrified your headphones might come unplug accidentally in your workplace, might hear something awful?
Yeah, I read it, but not really, because when they become unplugged, it doesn't just switch to speaker. Like, I'm on my phone,
Yeah.
so I actually have to switch it to the speaker on my phone. So no, they shouldn't hear anything.
Oh, that's interesting.
Alright.
Yeah.
So
I need to jerry rig my phone like that.
So the job of the chat is you guys have to give us a discussion to discuss like you know, in depth. And if you don't, I'm just gonna have to sing some more.
How many people's places of businesses are gearing up to either close down or have people work from home?
Like damn near all of them. My daughter works for Morgan Stanley, and she and her boss were already told, like, you're gonna have to like work from home. I mean, it's not every day, but like, yeah, most days.
Yeah, my work's doing it too.
Yeah, mine too.
And the boss was like, I mean, like she said, her boss was shocked. They wouldn't allow them to have access to anything from home. Like they've never allowed that. Working from home wasn't a thing. Like you can't, you know, you finish up before you go, even management. And now they're just like, well, you know, we'd rather not die. So here's some access. I don't know what my job is going to do. They like I am healthcare. So while I can work from home, you know, most like our clinics can't.